defense? Defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget your mic, Mr. Evans.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge.
Good weekend, I hope.
Yes, too short though. I missed my 3-day weekend.
You may be seated. Good morning. Hope everyone had a good weekend. State ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Defense is ready.
Okay.
Your Honor, this morning's examination will be conducted by ADA Rogelio Soto, and the state will call Brandon Stern as their first witness.
Brandon Stern.
Brandon Stern.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. You're under the same oath you previously took, sir. You may take the witness stand, please. Make sure the mic goes to you, please.
Is that good?
You may proceed. Yes.
For the record, Rogelio Soto for the state. Deputy Stern, could you please state your complete name for the record?
My name is Brandon Stern.
And Deputy Stern, you've previously testified in this court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You previously testified that you assisted in the investigations of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
More so with the collection of evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you assisted the custodians of evidence, Investigator Ugarte and Investigator Nenke, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about the crime scene of Guiselda Hernandez.
Yes.
Did you assist in that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
That crime scene on September 15th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that crime scene located at?
That was on IH-35 at the 22 mile marker.
Mile marker 22?
Yes.
Okay. And that day, when you were assisting, what roles were you performing?
Just evidence collection and assisting Investigator Ninke in evidence collection.
Okay. And did you all recover anything that day?
Yes, we did.
What did you all recover?
I believe it was 3 .40 Smith & Wesson casings and bullet fragments.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Deputy Stern, I'm going to show you this envelope, and I'm going to remove the items inside. Okay. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55 and 56. Okay? And I'm also going to show you these envelopes, okay?
Yes.
Now, States 55 and 56. When and where did you first see these items?
When we arrived on scene at the 22 mile marker there on IH-35.
Okay. And what did you do after you saw these items?
We marked them. with tags, and we photographed them.
Okay. And now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
Because my name is on the packaging that they were put in.
Okay. Whose signature is that?
That's mine.
Okay. And that signature?
Yeah, that's also mine.
Okay. And do you recognize this packaging?
Yes.
And I know you said you recognize it because of your signature, but what else, if anything, allows you to recognize it that it's related to this case?
The date that it was collected, and the time it was collected, and the location at where it was collected also, and a brief, description of what was in the package.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were collected?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm going to tender to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 55 and 56, the bullet fragments from mile marker 22, and we'll be offering it into evidence.
Are you offering the envelopes separately, or
Yes, Your Honor.
are you going to label those separately, or only because I think 55 and 56 were previously identified, but without the envelopes? Or?
Correct, Your Honor. They just needed to be admitted, and we'll be marking the envelopes as 55A and 56A, Your Honor, for identification purposes.
Okay, wait. Witness room and take him on board diary briefly.
Deputy Stern, just briefly, because I wasn't up here, but so it appears to me that State's Exhibit 55 was in envelope 55A, and State's Exhibit 56 was in envelope 56A. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then 55, 55A, 56, and 56A were in this bigger envelope. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other day I asked you, as far as the bullet fragments, they themselves, the ones inside 55 and 56, you can't identify them specifically as being the ones that you picked up out on that date. I mean, from looking at them just individually.
No, I wouldn't
Okay.
be able to.
And I understand. So then, but when who placed, let's say, 55 inside 55A? Was it you or Ugarte or Nengue? Do you remember?
I'm sorry.
Who specifically
Who
picked up?
placed this baggie inside this envelope?
Whoa! Who picked up the fragment, placed it inside this bag that's marked 55, and then who placed it inside 55A? Do you recall?
No.
Okay. The same goes for 56 and 56A?
No.
Okay. And out at the scene, do you know that you all make a diagram to show where these were? I mean, if you recall.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then the other thing is, since when you say that your name is here, you see where it says in print investigator, INV Stern, INV Stern.
Yes.
And what is that supposed to indicate to you?
They indicate that I found these and I placed them in the bag.
Okay. And then since then, there's all these markings. You see that like here, there's a 103118 and like initials. These weren't there when you placed them in here, right?
No, sir, they were not.
So since the date that you collected them, these have been opened, I would imagine, and then placed back in here. Is that accurate?
I would say yes.
Okay. Now this red evidence tape on each one of them, is that Webb County or is that someone else's also?
I believe that's Webb County. We do have evidence tape that's red like that.
Okay, but these markings, were they there, the ones over the evidence tape when you placed 55 and 56 into 55A and 56A?
No.
No. Okay. Judge, we would submit that at this time they're not relevant. They're still subject to the chain, and so they're premature until we find out where they went, who opened them, who took them out, and the like. So our objection is that relevance and chain of custody.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Investigator Stern, he's marked these bags. He's marked them that he was the one that placed them in there. These are for record-keeping purposes, Your Honor. It's marked where the location, where it was. He's already testified that he worked hand in hand with both Investigator Nenke and Investigator Ugarte in the collection of evidence at these scenes, Your Honor. He's able to identify his signature. It's linked to both bullet fragments that were located there, Your Honor. We've established the chain. He's a sponsoring witness. He has personal knowledge. He's seen them. He identified them. He remembers that those were the bullet fragments that were recovered that day, Judge.
If I may, Your Honor, at least the way I understand it, we're going through the chain, and at some point, the last person that opened them and did whatever, that's when they become admissible. I understand that they have to show the chain and identify them, but they're not admissible at this time.
Well, as far as admissibility and the chain, I think they're two different issues. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. I'm not going to comment on the chain. That goes to the weight for the jury. I will, as far as admissibility for the jury's consideration, exhibits 55, 56, 55A, and 56A are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if we could have a brief moment, Judge. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Investigator Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 167, 168, and 169. Okay?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
How do you recognize these photos?
I was there when they were taken.
Okay, and is 167 a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same question with 168. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Same with State's Exhibit 169. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor. I'm going to tender to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 167, 68, and 69 for inspection, and we offer it into evidence.
Clarification: 167, 168, 169.
report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. So 167. States exhibits 167 and 168 at this time are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, state will withdraw State's Exhibit 169. Permission to publish on the EMO, Your Honor?
You may.
Deputy Stern, so I'm showing you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 167 and 168. Can you please describe to the jury what these photos entail?
These are three different, two different pictures with three different 40 Smith & Wesson caliber casings.
Okay. And where were these photos taken at?
On the crime scene at IH-35 with a 22 mile marker.
Okay. And I'm just, for permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168. And what is that item there that's identified?
That's a 40 Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. And I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 167. What does this photo appear to show?
Two casings of 40 Smith & Wesson.
Okay, and how are they identified there?
They're identified with orange paint.
And why do y'all do that?
So when we take pictures, they stand out a little bit easier.
Okay. Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing. No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, you may sit down. Thank you. I believe up here, that's where she had it, right?
Jose Ugarte, Your Honor.
Jose Ugarte.
Ugarte.
That's one, right?
Don't forget your mic, counsel.
For the record,
Oh.
State is calling Investigator Jose Ugarte.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
You have not been previously sworn, correct? Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Okay, you may take the witness stand, please.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. Investigator Ugarte, can you please state your name for the record?
Jose Manuel Ugarte,
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
Texas A&M International University Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been a police officer for?
Since 1994, approximately 28 years.
Okay. And have you always been employed by the Texas A&M International University Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay, where were you employed prior to that?
At the White County Sheriff Department,
Okay. And prior to that?
Laredo Police Department.
Okay. Were you involved in any service prior to that?
Was a medical specialist in the U.S. Army.
Okay. So, I want to take you back. I want to go back to the month of September 2018. At that time, whom were you employed by?
At the White County Sheriff Department.
Okay. And during that time at the Webb County Sheriff's Office, what position did you have?
I was a crime scene investigator and as also assisted in the for the evidence
In the evidence?
room.
Okay. And assisting in the evidence room, what did you do?
And in the evidence room,
Yes.
I assisted investigator Nenke on property storing evidence.
Okay. Did you serve as a custodian of evidence?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you receive any trainings or certifications in regards to evidence collection?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Can you please describe that?
On the evidence collection, I took numerous classes with multiple instructors while I was in the police department.
Okay. And now, in 2018, for purposes of clarification, who were the custodians of evidence at that time?
There'll be myself and Investigator Nenke.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that you two worked hand in hand sometimes in processing scenes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe to us how you would go about in the collection of evidence at these scenes?
I would go to the scene and I would look for evidence, and once the evidence was
Identified.
Once it's
identified, I started. I took photographs and picked up the evidence, and then it was taken to the Webb County Sheriff Office to be logged into our system.
Okay. And now, after you log it in, how do you go about keeping the evidence organized?
It's given they're given a tag number.
Okay. And what does that tag number? What's the purpose of that tag number?
To show where the item came from.
All right. Now, do you know why you're here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why are you here today?
For some incidents that occurred on September of 2018.
Okay. Did you assist in the investigation of this case in 2018?
Yes, I did, sir.
How did you assist in the investigation of this case?
I was assigned to the Texas Ranger, and he directed me to process the scene.
So, and Investigator Ugarte, if you could please explain to the jury, who went about assisting you in processing these scenes?
On the several crime scenes, it was Investigator Nenke and Investigator Stern. Investigator Stern only assisted me on one crime scene.
Okay. Now, I want to take you back to the date of September 3rd of 2018. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you did that day in regards to this case?
When when I got to and that day when I got to the scene, I processed the scene by taking photographs, collecting evidence, and taking the evidence to our office so it could be logged in.
And this was the crime scene that took place on Jeffries Road?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is the crime scene of Melissa Ramirez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said you discovered casings at this scene.
That is correct. I discovered 2.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ugarte. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 41 and 42. Okay. Now, I'm showing you 41 and 42. Do you recognize these items?
Oh, yes, I do, sir.
Okay. When and where did you first see these items?
September the 3rd, 2018, by Jeffries Road.
Okay, and what did you do once you discovered these items?
They were properly collected and taken to the Lake County Sheriff's Office so it could be logged in into our system.
All right, and now, how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
A case number, my initials, and my handwriting.
Okay, and are those your initials right there on these 2 items?
That is correct, sir.
Have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
How did these items get to the courtroom here today?
They were brought in by Sergeant Castillo, which happens to be the custodian of evidence at the Wake County Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 41 and 42 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
Yes.
I previously met you at a hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Okay, with regards again to State's Exhibit 41 and 42, I see that, let's see, your initials are somewhere here.
Over here, sir. Right there.
Okay, and they're here too, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you can tell that these items have been reopened and resealed, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, since the date back on the 3rd, I would imagine, of 18, September the 3rd of 18, that you logged them into the evidence room.
Yes, sir.
They since have left, have they not?
To a DPS lab.
Okay,
Oh, I
and
see.
did you take them to the DPS lab?
More likely I did.
Okay, but you don't know that for a fact.
No, and I need to check the lab submittals.
Okay, and then someone at the lab took them out, did whatever they do with them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and right now I know that these are not open. You don't know what this lab person put back in here from your personal knowledge right now.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, Your Honor, our objection is that right now they're not relevant, and the chain of custody, the complete chain of custody, has not been established.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, this objection only serves to confuse the jury, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to sidebar remarks by the prosecutor
Address the court in response to the objection.
attacking the defendant over the shoulder of the counsel.
Okay.
Requesting this trial, Your Honor.
Overruled. Denied.
Your Honor, he's the sponsoring witness. He recovered these items. As to where they went afterwards, we're establishing the first link in the chain, Your Honor. He's able to identify these items. His initials are on the items. He recovered the items. There's a description on these evidence bags made by Investigator Ugarte, Your Honor. He has personal knowledge. He was there that day. He describes how he went about in collecting these items, Your Honor.
May we approach this so I can make a point to the court outside the presence of the jury, Your Honor?
42 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
So, Investigator Ugarte, you said that you assisted at the scene on Jeffries Road. And what other functions did you serve at that scene?
Collecting.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been previously admitted. As states 41 and 42. Now, all right. Can you please explain to the jury what this is right here, please?
Envelope containing a 40 caliber casing.
Okay, and where was this this casing located?
It was located at 500 Jeffries Road.
At 500 Jeffries Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this caliber, what caliber of casing is it?
40 caliber.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 41. Okay, there's the State's Exhibit number 41. Now, same question. Can you please read to the jury what this says?
500 Jeffries Road, 1 Smith & Wesson 40 caliber casing.
Okay. And the 500 Jeffries Road, that is in relation to the crime scene of Melissa, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's move on, but I'd like to go in sequential order. Did you assist at the next crime scene involved in this case?
On 255, yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and that's the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what tasks did you take on that day at the crime scene of Claudine Luera?
I assisted the Texas Ranger in by collecting evidence, and in the process of collecting evidence, I collected a tire cast, some cell phones, 2 casings, a purse, a metal pipe, and after collecting that evidence, and sometimes she's also, after collecting the evidence, they were taken to our office so it could be logged into our system and properly stored.
Okay. Did you take photos as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor? Okay. So, Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you this envelope here. So, I'm going to remove the contents. I'm going to show you what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 50 and 51. Okay? I'm going to show them to you right now. All right. Okay. When and where did you first see these items?
September 13, 2018.
September 3rd, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about State's Exhibit 50?
Same date.
September 13th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered these items?
Once I recovered them, I took them to our office so it could be logged into our system and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that these are the items that you recovered that day?
My handwriting, my initials,
Okay,
the case number.
and that's your name over the tape, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Sorry, your initials.
Yes.
Okay, and these items haven't been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or a similar condition as to when they were recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 51 and 52. Sorry, 50 and 51. I apologize, Your Honor. 50 and 51 for inspection.
Are you going to mark any of those envelopes also?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll mark the envelope. We'll mark it as 58. 58.
Again, to 50 and 51, we would object to relevance at this time and that the lack of chain of custody.
Objections overruled. At this time, the State's Exhibits 50, 51, and you're offering 58?
And 58, Your Honor.
Yes, they'll be admitted into evidence.
58 would be the envelope. 50 and 51, okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? While this is getting warmed up, you said you also performed another task at the crime scene?
Yes, I did, sir.
What task was that?
Tire cast.
A tire task?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you this box. Okay? Do you recognize? And we're going to be marking this box as 63A, State's Exhibit 63A for identification purposes, Your Honor. I'm showing you this box. Do you recognize this box?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, how do you recognize this box?
My initials, case number, the tag.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to show you the packaging. Do you recognize the packaging?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this packaging?
It was packaged by at the DPS crime lab.
Okay. And now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63. When and where did you recover this item?
On the same date, September 13, 2018.
September 13, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do in the recovery of this item?
After recovering the item?
What did you do at the scene how did you recover this item?
Oh, I make some plaster and I pour into the tire mark that was there on the ground.
Okay.
And
now, why did you do a tire cast?
it was my.
But does that mean that there must have been something to take an impression of?
Yes, sir. The
Okay.
tire mark.
Has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in a similar condition as to when it was recovered by you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense the box, which will be marked as State's Exhibit 63A, and the tire cast, which has already been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for inspection, and we offer it into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that 63 and 63A are not relevant at this time until they're tied in by some expert, technician, whatever the case might be, and also that it violates the chain of custody, that the chain of custody has not been established, Your Honor.
Objections are noted, overruled at this time. State's Exhibits, you're offering them 63, 63A, right? Will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I'm going to show you Now, permission to publish on the Elmo, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 50. Okay. Can you please read to the jury what this item entails?
40 caliber Smith & Wesson casing.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you, and just for purposes of record, can you please explain to the jury where this item was located?
1 mile east of FM 255.
Okay, and I'm going to ask
From 83 North.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question about State's Exhibit 51. All right. Are you able to identify State's Exhibit 51? I know it's already been admitted, but how do you identify it?
Case number and what I wrote on the envelope.
Okay, and what did you write on this envelope? Will you please read it to the jury?
40 caliber Smith & Wesson spent casing.
Okay. And where was this item located?
1 mile east of on FM 255 from 83 North.
All right. Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been already admitted to evidence. It's Exhibit 63. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry, I said yes because you nodded, but if you could just give a response for purposes of the record.
Yes, sir.
So, this is the tire cast. This is the tire cast that you performed that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's the purpose of a tire cast?
To compare to if we find a suspect's vehicle, we'll compare the tire mark that was left in the scene to his to the tires belonging to his vehicle.
Okay. And you prepared this tire cast, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. What does this one for you? Okay. All right. So, what did you do after you prepared the tire cast?
I took it to my office to be logged in and be given a tag number.
Okay, and after being placed in property, what happened to the tire cast after that?
After being placed in property, it was taken on a later date to the TPS crime lab.
Okay. Now, what procedures do you do in sending off something to the DPS lab?
I submit a lab submittal, but before I do that, I call the DPS lab and I asked them if I could take the items.
And how was it delivered? Was it mailed? Was it hand delivered?
It was hand delivered.
It was hand delivered?
Yes, sir.
By who?
It had either been probably myself or Investigator Lenke.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the next time you were activated on this case. Was that on September 15th of 2018?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, was that the crime scene of Janelle Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where that crime scene was located at?
I'm on marker 15 on Highway 35.
All right, and what tasks did you perform at that crime scene?
To assist the Texas Ranger on processing the scene.
Okay. Did you recover any items as well?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor? All right. I'm going to show you two photos that have previously been marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32. I'll start with 31. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Same thing with State's Exhibit 32. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
Because I also took the photo.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let the record reflect I am tendering to defense what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 31 and 32 for inspection will be offered into evidence, Your Honor.
Can you approach on, is 31 already in? Do you have 31 admitted?
They were conditionally admitted, Your Honor. 31 and 32.
So they're admitted. I think the issue was about publishing. You're gonna
Yes,
want
sir.
to publish, you may publish now. Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, we would just like to announce that we were going to be showing some sensitive photos for purposes of media or family in the room. Permission to publish? Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you please explain what's happening in this photo?
The medical examiner person is right there, and I took photos of I was taking photos of the tattoos.
Okay, and why is the medical examiner person there?
Because they're the only ones that are allowed to touch the body.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 32 now. Can you please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
A picture of the tattoo.
A picture of the tattoo?
Yes, sir. And body.
And this is the body of Janelle Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
And why are you taking a picture of the tattoo area?
It's part of the investigation to take photo of the tattoos for any deceased persons that we encounter, so they could be identified later on.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Now. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm showing you an envelope that has been marked previously. It's going to be State's Exhibit 39. Here. Okay? Here. And now. Okay. Now. You said aside from taking photos, you were also processing the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, I am removing what has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 58. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
May I?
Yes.
September 15, 2018, and mile marker 15.
Okay.
No, age 35.
On age 35?
Yes, sir.
Mile marker 15?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do in recovering this item?
After recovering the item,
Or once you came across it, what did you do?
I secured the evidence and then I took it to the West County Sheriff's office, to the office so it could be logged in and given a tag number.
Okay, and how do you know that this is the item that you recovered that day?
Handwriting case number.
Okay, and can you please identify what is that?
Yeah. My name?
That's your name?
Yes, sir.
So that's your signature.
Yes.
Okay, and has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is it in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And how did this item get to the courtroom here today?
The custodian of evidence, Robert Castillo.
Okay.
Ottoman.
Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering what's the bag that's been marked as State's Exhibit 39, which included an envelope, and we are tendering to defense State's Exhibit 58 for inspection, and we offer it into evidence.
Witness on board, just briefly,
may.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Deputy, you got the, with regards to State's Exhibit number 58, and just for purposes of the chain of custody and identification, I know that you're telling this jury and us and the judge that there's a casing in here. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but right now, right here, presently, right now, from your personal knowledge, do you know, because I can't see the casing, can you?
No, I can't, sir.
Okay, so there's probably a casing in there, but from your personal knowledge, do you know for a fact, right this very minute, that there's a casing in here, the one that you recovered from the crime scene, from your personal knowledge at this moment in time?
But,
Not a guess, do you know for a fact?
no, sir.
Okay. Again, Your Honor, objection is relevance, lack of personal knowledge, speculation, and chain of custody, Your Honor, to 58. Just so the court will know.
And Your Honor, we would have the same response, Judge. He recovers this item, and he's a sponsoring witness. His signature's on it. He itemized it, collected it, and he was at the scene and processed it, Judge.
Objections noted. Objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 39 and 58 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish on the OMO? Thank you. Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Okay. Now, if you could please what helps you identify the markings of what's inside of this Exhibit 58?
Well, okay.
Or if you could just please read what this says.
Spent casing.
Okay, and where was it located at?
Mile marker 15, IH 35.
Okay. And that's your signature right there?
Yes, sir.
And you do that when you process the scene? You put your signatures on items?
Sometimes I do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now let's go back to, or I guess, what was there a vehicle that was located in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On September 15th, did you process this vehicle?
Yes, I did, sir.
Where did you process this vehicle?
At the Webb County Sheriff's Substation, which is located at 7209 H. Saunders, also known as 7209 Highway 59.
Okay, and how did the vehicle get to the substation that day?
It was transported by a record company.
Okay. And once the vehicle arrived, what did you do?
Once I arrived, I was advised by I was instructed by the Texas Ranger to collect the handgun that was inside the vehicle.
Okay. Now, aside from collecting the evidence inside the truck, what else did you do with the
I
truck?
took photo.
You took
I
photos?
took photos, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, permission to approach, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, State's Exhibit 159, State's Exhibit 160. Okay. I'll also show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161, State's Exhibit 162, State's Exhibit 163, 164, State's Exhibit 165. Okay. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize these photos?
I took the photos.
You took the photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate depiction, each one, of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 154 through 165 for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
Just a minute, Your Honor. This exhibits. Yes.
You're offering the exhibits at this time then? It's exhibits 154 through 165 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, on the ELMO?
You may.
Okay. So that's your web. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
That's a pickup truck that was recovered.
That was the truck that was recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where is the truck at right now in this photo?
Underneath the carport at the Weapon Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And that's where you processed this vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 155. Can you please explain to the jury what this is?
Same vehicle.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Just a vehicle being taped up.
Okay, but this is the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156. Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
The driver's side door panel.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Can you please identify what comes out in this photo?
Looks like the weapon.
Okay, and by weapon you mean a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And that was a
Handgun.
firearm that was recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 157. Can you please explain to the jury what this photo entails?
Magazine.
A magazine? What else do we see? No, you said a magazine, but
Yes.
these two items, what are they? Or how many magazines do you see?
I believe 2 of them.
Okay, and aside from the magazines, what else do you see?
The handgun.
The handgun?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 158. Can you explain to the jury what this marking is?
It was placed there to mark the handgun.
Okay. And what purpose does it serve?
That's an evidence marker.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 159. Okay. Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
A purse on the floor mat.
A purse on the floor mat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is taken of the same vehicle?
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay. And this is on the passenger side, correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what we see here?
The rear seat of the vehicle, the same vehicle. Some beer cans and a makeup bag.
All right. Now, how many beer cans do you see here?
3, sir.
3?
Yes, sir.
And these are not regular beer cans, correct?
I believe they're like 16 ounces.
Okay. Are they referred to as tall boys?
big. I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. And this item down here, what was that you recovered from there when you took the photo?
I believe it was a makeup bag.
Okay. And this item, and these were the other items that were covered, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 161. Okay. Can you please explain to the jury what these items are?
2 magazines.
Magazines?
Yes, sir.
Is there any? Now, these dots on the back of the magazine, they range in the amount of ammunition that's located in the magazine, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And these two items here at the top of the magazine, what are those?
The live rounds?
Live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these items were loaded.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162. Can you please explain to the jury what's in this photo?
A magazine with some live rounds?
Okay, and how many live rounds do we see here?
8.
Okay. And these were the magazines that were recovered from Mr. Ortiz's vehicle.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 163. Can you please explain to the jury what we see here?
An HK 40 caliber handgun?
Okay. And aside from the handgun, what else do we see?
A magazine?
A magazine?
Yes, sir, on the side.
Okay. And this magazine was in relation to this firearm?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 164. What do you see here?
With the handgun with one live round?
Okay. That's one live round.
Yes, sir.
Where was that round located?
In the chamber?
In the chamber of the weapon?
Yes, sir.
So that must mean that the weapon was ready to fire if it needed to.
That is correct, sir.
All right. So it was topped off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Investigator Ugarte. So, permission to approach again, Your Honor? Just give me a second. I'm going to mark these two items as State's Exhibit 170 and 171. All right. So you processed the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
I just showed you photos of the weapon from the vehicle. Did you process the weapon in this case?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you what we will identify as State's Exhibit 35A. So we'll mark it as State's Exhibit 35A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this?
My handwriting, tag number, case number.
Okay. And when and where was this item recovered?
September 15, 2018 at the Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And what did you do once you recovered it?
I took it to my office so it could be logged into our system and be given a tag number.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's inside of the box. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 36, okay? State's Exhibit 36, all right? Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
Your Honor, we'd ask that it not be published until it's submitted to evidence. Objection.
Your Honor, I'll publish it in the box then. But
Okay,
I'm just doing it for separation purposes because there's multiple items in this box, Your Honor.
That's fine. Just you can put the box a certain way. So.
Okay. So, do you recognize State's Exhibit 36?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
September 15, 2018, at the Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. Is there anything unique that identifies this item?
Serial number.
Serial number?
Yes, sir.
Where's the serial number located?
It's underneath the gun.
Okay. And if you want to review it, is that the same serial number that is located at the top of this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this item, aside from being made safe for purposes of court, has not been altered in any shape or form.
That is correct.
And it is in the same or similar condition as to when it was recovered.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you recover this item?
Same date. Also, it was inside the
This was inside of the
handgun.
firearm?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do once you recovered this item?
I made it safe
Okay. How do you know that this is the item that you recovered?
because it was placed inside the box when I recovered.
Okay. And has this item been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Is there any similar or similar-like condition as to when you recovered it?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you same question for State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My initials, handwriting,
Okay. And when and where was that item recovered?
on the 15th of September, or at the sheriff's office,
At the sheriff's office?
substation.
Okay. And what did you do once you recovered it?
I took it to my office. It was given a tag number also and placed in the property room afterwards.
Okay. And did you alter, has this item been altered, or have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Okay, and are they in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm also going to show you this bag that we will be marking for identification purposes as 170A. So this item will be marked as 170A for identification purposes. Do you recognize this bag?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize this bag?
My handwriting.
Okay. Is that your name right there?
That is correct, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
That is my name.
When and where did you recover these items?
September the 15th, 2018, at Wake County Sheriff's Office substation.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
Are they in the same or similar condition as when you recovered them?
That is correct, sir.
All right. I'm going to tender to you State's Exhibit 170 and 171A. Oh, sorry, 170 and 171. Okay. These are the items that were entailed in this bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are the items that you recovered that day?
That is correct, sir.
You recovered these items from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they haven't been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And they're in the same or similar condition as to when you recovered them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I am tendering to defense for inspection State's exhibits.
We approach So you're offering those exhibits at this time, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
It was 36, 37, 38, 170, 171. Are those ones you're offering? There was other exhibits, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll read it into the record, Your Honor.
I had 154 to 160 and 161 to 165. Are you offering those at this time as well?
Yes, Your Honor. We offered those photos for evidence, Your Honor.
Yep. Yes, so, yeah, right. 36, 37, 38 are admitted. 170, 171 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36.
170A also will be admitted. Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Investigator Ugarte, I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Sorry, State's Exhibit 36. Okay. It's already been admitted to evidence, but if you could please read the serial number of this item?
12308 061778.
Okay. And what does that serial number serve as?
It identifies the weapon.
Okay.
Identifier.
And it helps identify who this weapon is related to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the weapon that was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
The vehicle that you processed?
That is correct, sir.
The vehicle that belongs to the defendant, Juan David Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
All right. And along with this firearm, you recovered a magazine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aside from the magazine, you also recovered live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So these live rounds were located in this magazine?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. State's Exhibit 171 and 170. Okay. So, these live rounds were located in this magazine.
That is correct, sir.
This magazine, I'm going to show you right here. What number does that read?
12.
12. And you can see a live round there, right?
Yes, sir.
So what would that indicate, that 12 on this live round, in this magazine?
This is 12 live rounds.
That there's 12 live rounds in this
In the
magazine?
Yes, sir.
In this magazine that was recovered in the vehicle?
Yes.
On the side panel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 171. Okay, now I'm going to show you that same circle. What number is that?
12.
12. All right, and what do you see in the circle?
Live round.
You see a live round?
Yes, sir.
So that means that this magazine is filled to the capacity of at least 12 rounds.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So we have live rounds in here. We have at least 12 rounds in this magazine, and at least another 12 rounds in this magazine.
Yes, sir.
And all these magazines, including the firearm, were found on the defendant's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what caliber are these rounds?
40 caliber.
40 caliber?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything interesting about the fact that these are all 40 caliber casings?
Did the same type of casings that were located on the different crime scenes?
Okay, so they're the same caliber as the bullet fragments and the other casings that were located at the other crime scenes you investigated, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
35A was also in this law.
Okay. Permission to publish on the album, Your Honor?
You may.
So I may publish to the jury. Mr. Ugarte, I'm showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 for purposes of the jury. This is the firearm that we just read the serial number into the record, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what caliber is it?
.40 caliber.
40 caliber. Okay. Now, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 37. Okay. Can you identify to the jury what this is, please?
It's a magazine.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Okay. State's Exhibit 38, how is it linked to this State's Exhibit 37?
That's 38, right?
Yes.
Those are the live rounds that were inside the magazine.
The live rounds that were located inside of this magazine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what caliber are they?
40 caliber, sir.
40 caliber. So, I know we talked about the dots right now, but on this magazine, these holes have a purpose, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what purpose is that?
Indicates how many rounds you have left on the magazine.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 170 and 171. All right. So, what are States 170 and 171?
The magazine with live rounds.
The magazines with live rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I know I asked you about the dots, but what is significant about these other two magazines?
They're compatible with the handgun.
Okay, and when you see the number 12 here and this dot, the number 12 here and this dot,
Yes, sir.
and you see the gold trim, what does that represent?
The live rounds are inside the magazine.
And it's a full magazine.
Yes, sir.
So these other two magazines, where the live round is up to the top, are essentially at full capacity.
Yes, sir.
All right. And these three magazines were located in the vehicle.
That is correct, sir.
Where were they located?
On the front driver's side door panel.
Okay.
Can you clarify the number of the box? I have 35A, my coordinator saying it's 36A.
Yes, 36A.
So it's 36A.
36A. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what's happening, not 35.
State's Exhibit. Fell off, Judge. I'm just gonna place it on 170A. That's 170A.
Yes, that was previously, that's been admitted on, yes.
Okay. Now. Okay. Investigator Ugarte. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 156. Okay. Okay. You previously testified that that's the firearm on the side door panel
Yes, sir.
of the weapon that you recovered?
Yes, sir.
The weapon that we've displayed here today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you 157. Just give it a second. Okay. You see the weapon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it holstered? It's just placed freely, correct?
It looks like it. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'm going to permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172. Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize this photo?
I took the photo.
You took the photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 172 for inspection and the offer into evidence.
No objection.
State Exhibit 172 would be admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Will be- Yes.
Thank you. All right. Investigator Ugarte, this item right here, is this the holster that you recovered from the vehicle that day?
I can barely. I can't see it.
Would you like for me to take it up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Investigator Ugarte, right here, located next to the seat, next to the seatbelt, what do you see there?
A holster.
A holster?
Yes, sir.
And is there anything in it?
No, sir.
It's empty.
Yes, sir.
And where was the firearm located?
On the side door panel.
So it's safe to say that the weapon wasn't holstered.
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. All right. So aside from processing the vehicle, what else did you do with the vehicle?
Tire marks?
Tire marks? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where did you perform these tire marks?
At the Laredo Police Department, Sally Port.
Okay. And what is the purpose of these tire impressions that you were performing?
So it could be compared with the casting that was recovered from the tire and 255.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 62. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
When and where did you see this item?
October 3rd, 2018.
October.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with this item?
After we did the processing, I took it to our substation so it could be logged into our system and placed in the property room.
Okay. And how are you able to identify that these are the items that you worked with that day?
My name?
Your name?
It's written right there, sir.
Okay. And have these items been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And are they the same or in a similar condition as to when you recovered them that day on October 3rd?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm also going to show you four other items, okay? So, this one was marked as State's Exhibit 62. This is State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 61, and State's Exhibit 59. Okay. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize these items?
I assisted the ranger on getting tire marks that day.
Okay. And when and where were these items recovered?
Same date, October the 3rd.
Okay. At the Laredo Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And these items have not been altered in any shape or form?
No, sir.
And they are in the same or similar condition as to when they were recovered?
That is correct, sir.
All right. Now, Your Honor, permission, sorry, Your Honor, at this time we'll tender to defense State's exhibits for inspection, and we offer them into evidence.
Objection overruled at this time. It's 59 through 62, is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 62 are admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Permission to have assistant counsel? Your Honor, we'll be publishing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 at this time. Investigator Ugarte, can you please explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
Tire marks.
Okay, and how do you go about preparing these tire marks?
Me and the ranger what we did, we used Vaseline and a sponge, and we covered the tires. And then we pushed the vehicle, so they could mark the tire mark.
Okay, and you created these tire marks using the tires from the Dodge?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and just for purposes of the record, we have a tire here. Is that the same? Is that one of the tires that you used that's already been admitted to evidence?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And Your Honor, let the record reflect we're showing this to counsel. These are the tire markings that were made by Investigator Ugarte and Texas Ranger DJ Salinas. You may have to stand up in case you can't see it, but these are the tires. This is one of the tires that you used?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, and you created 4 tire impressions.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. This is one of the tires that you used to help generate those tire impressions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What did you do after you generated the tire impressions?
I took him to my substation so he could be logged into our system, and they were given a tag number. And after giving a tag number, they were placed in the proper room.
Okay, and after they were placed in the proper room, what did you do after that?
I made arrangement with the DPS crime lab so I could take the tire cast and the tire impressions, so they could be compared at their lab.
Did you personally take them over there?
I believe I did, sir.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I have permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this photo?
I took the photo, sir.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate depiction of what it portrays to be?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166 for inspection. We offer it into evidence. No objection.
State's Exhibit 166 is admitted into evidence at this time for the jury's consideration.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. Okay. What are we looking at in this photo?
The picture of Mr. Ortiz that was taken on September 15, 2018 at the substation.
Okay, so this photo reflects how he looked and appeared the night that he was apprehended.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And where did you take this photo?
At the substation in the interview room?
In the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. Investigator Ugarte, you previously testified that in 2018 you served as a custodian of evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this item?
My handwriting and my signature?
Okay. Do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do, sir.
Are these documents kept in the regular course of business with the sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
And is it made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what purpose do these documents serve when you use them as the custodian of evidence?
It's our record, like of the items that are taken to the DPS crime lab.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 174. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
My signature, my handwriting.
Okay. And as a custodian of evidence in 2018, when you were handling these, was this business record kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
And are these made at or near the time or reasonably after the event occurred?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and these are maintained for purposes of record keeping?
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 173 and 174 for inspection, and we'll be offering them into evidence.
We object. This is our law enforcement reports. They're hearsay.
Your Honor, we are entering them as a business record. They are submission forms, Your Honor, that are tendered to DPS judge. As a custodian of evidence, he maintained these records. They were kept in the normal course of business. Yes, sir.
So we're all reports, Your Honor.
I didn't hear you, Mr. Fuchs.
So our law offense reports.
Okay.
Objection is overruled at this time. Exhibit 173, 174 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Thank you. All right, Investigator Ugarte, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. And I want to point out here, can you explain what this document is?
It's a DPS crime lab lab submittal.
It's a lab submittal?
Yes.
Okay, and what does this document serve as?
Just document what was being sent to the DPS crime lab.
Okay, and is that your signature there?
Yes, sir.
And what does that say right there?
It was done in person, that I took the items in person.
Okay, so that means that you took the items in person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you please explain to me what item number 1 is in this form? And let me zoom in.
One HK 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine and 9 live rounds.
So you sent off the HK 40 caliber handgun?
Yes, sir.
With the 1 magazine and the 9 live rounds that were located in that magazine?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 174. Okay? Same question. What is this document?
The DPS lab submittal.
Okay. And is that your signature right there?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And what does this mean?
That I took the items in person.
That you took the items in person?
Yes, sir.
And when you took them in person, you were submitting the items to who?
The DPS crime lab.
Okay. And I want to bring your attention to item number 32. What was submitted here?
4 tire prints.
The 4 tire prints?
Yes, sir.
Those were the 4 tire impressions that you took with Texas Ranger AJ Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
And you submitted those to DPS?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. got there. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 173. Okay, so under item 1, if you could please read that, please, one more time.
1 H&K 40 caliber handgun with 1 magazine and 9 live rounds. Serial number 123061778.
Okay, so this form was submitted with 9 live rounds.
Yes, sir.
And this was the magazine that was located inside the firearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you recovered that firearm, there was 1 casing in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've established already by prior testimony that these magazines can at least hold 12 rounds in them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because State's exhibits of the other 2 magazines, both are filled to 12 live rounds, correct?
Yes, sir.
With 1 live round reaching out of the brim.
Yes.
So then we can assume that this firearm that was submitted was capable of holding 13 rounds in it in total,
That is correct, sir.
due to 1 being in the chamber.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. The witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the witness. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 175. Okay. Now, you've previously testified you were custodian of evidence in 2018. Okay. Do you recognize this form?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you recognize this form?
It's the property release form that's used by the West Palm Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And is this form kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And these forms are maintained by the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And what purpose do they serve?
To keep track of the items that are being released.
Okay. And was this document prepared at or near the time or reasonably after the event?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect I'm tendering to defense what will be marked as State's Exhibit 175 for inspection and the offered into evidence.
We object to State's Exhibit 175, Your Honor.
So you're saying not admissible in the rule of evidence 803 8A2. So matter observed by a law enforcement person. That's all.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
You may.
This is a document that's kept in the regular course of business. This investigator has testified that in 2018 he was custodian of evidence. These are records that are maintained for purposes of how they're handling the evidence.
Here's the objections overruled. State's Exhibit 175 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Judge, you want me to proceed right now? May we approach you?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's about 10:37. We're going to have take a morning break, about 10 to 15 minutes. Again, I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case, and we'll call you in a few minutes. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
You ready? You may be seated. So the state passed the witness. Mr. Perez, you may proceed.
Investigator Ugarte, back on September the 15th of 2018, you went out to the stripes there on San Bernardo, right?
And yes, I did, sir.
Okay. The one next to the garage, you know what I'm talking about?
The one closest to the motel, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
And at the time, you took some photos of the white Dodge. Is that accurate?
Oh, yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And we've had a prior hearing before, and I asked you if you had opened the doors and then taken photographs of the interior of the truck, and to the best of my recollection, you said you did not.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, do you know, were you there when the truck was opened up and photos were taken from the inside?
No, sir.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Are you familiar with what an inventory search is?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what an inventory search is?
Itemized log of the items that were searched.
And the idea, we've talked about it previously with Nenke, I think, but the idea is to document what's in the vehicle so that in transport, once it's been seized by law enforcement, in transport, nothing can be taken or the like, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 1. I'm sorry. Can you tell me the title of that form, please?
Texas Department of Public Safety Property Inventory.
Okay. And who had custody of the white Dodge Ram out there, the Texas Rangers?
I believe it was the DPS.
Okay,
When I
DPS,
did-
Department of
yes.
Public Safety, and the Texas Rangers are part of the Texas Department of Public
That's
Safety.
correct, sir.
Correct. And can you tell me what Defendant's Exhibit Number 1 says right here?
Vehicle seized pending criminal investigation, no inventory conducted, released to Webb County SO Lieutenant Ricardo Garcia.
Okay. And then, can you read down here again, a second time, on Defendant's Exhibit number 1, what it says?
Notes vehicle seized pending criminal investigation and stored at the Webb County Sheriff's Office substation on 7209 East Saunders, Laredo, Webb County, no inventory conducted.
Okay. And so, at least this document, which is DPS's own document, is basically saying that no inventory was conducted.
That is correct, sir.
Is that accurate? Now I'm going to show you defendants, what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit number 6 and number 7. Can you tell me what those are just generally?
The photos of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is out at that Stripes, at that convenience store next to the motel, accurate? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can tell where the doors are open?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you did not do this, and you did not take this
Not,
photos?
not that I could recall, no.
Now, subsequent to that, we have, I mean, just by way of example, State's Exhibit number 1, State's Exhibit number 154, 155, and 156, which the prosecution has already talked about. But if these are photos of the same white Dodge, but already over at 7209, is it East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
It's the Webb County substation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and this is where you conducted a search or collected evidence from the truck, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 8 for identification purposes only. Can you tell me what that is?
Number 8?
Yeah, this is Defendant's Exhibit
okay.
number 8, but just generally, what is that form?
But it states here that it's evidence collection log.
And are you familiar with that form?
Yes, sir.
And the date on that form?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, what's the date on that form?
September 15, 2018.
Okay, and does this form contain your writing, sir?
Not in this page, sir.
Okay, what about the next page?
Second page. Yes, sir.
Okay, so suffice to say, this form is the form that the Webb County Sheriff's Office, that you and Nenke utilized back in 18 to log items that you collect.
That is correct.
Okay. We offered to evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 8.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit number 8 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Okay. Now that it's in evidence, this form says evidence collection log. It's dated 9/15/18 of 18, and then the location is 7209 East Saunders, which is your substation, right?
That is correct, sir.
And it reflects here that this is the search of the white Dodge Ram 2500 with the driver. I mean, I'm sorry, with the license plate number.
Correct.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now, you're the one that conducted a search of this vehicle on that date.
On the vehicle, yes, sir.
Okay.
At the substation.
And in here, an item number 1, I guess at 3:54 a.m. is when you collected the HK-40 caliber handgun, right?
That is correct, sir.
And there are other entries, along the line. But as you go along, you're logging in the times: 3:54, 3:55, 3:58, 4:14, the like, right?
Correct, sir.
And first of all, is this your handwriting?
No, sir.
So as you're collecting the items, are you contemporaneously logging in on some form what you're collecting?
On either the box or the paper bag where I place them, I always put the time and the date of the item that's collected.
Okay, so if you grab, let's say, a woman's purse, you're going to put it into some sort of container, a plastic bag, a box, or a manila envelope, and there's where you're going to log the time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and then this form, I'm assuming, is later formulated.
Yes, to put everything that's been collected, we put it based on the time that we collected them.
Okay, and as you're collecting the items, is the evidence room there at 7209 East Saunders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then you grab, let's say, the box with the handgun, and you go and put it into a secure area. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that proper police procedure, chain of custody?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know that on the 15th, there in 2018, at some point, some items were presented to Mr. Ortiz that were taken from the truck. Are you aware of that even?
No, sir.
Okay, so let's say that Ortiz was shown a purse with some syringes and the like. You collected the purses. You collected all the items in the truck, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, do you recall giving it to anybody?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. He already testified that he didn't do that, and he doesn't know about that, about the items in the purse.
Do you recall giving, as you're collecting and putting in a bag, items to Agent Salinas or Captain Calderon?
No. The only one that assists me in reference to the items is Investigator Nenke, which is also the custodian of evidence.
Okay. Now, but you also testified that Nenke was, correct me if I'm wrong, but Nenke was not the one at this hour, at 3:54 or early in the morning. He was not there.
No, he was not out there with the vehicle, but he was inside the building.
Okay. And so if you're collecting the items,
yes, and
I'm assuming you put them in a box or a card or something, and you at some point walk to the evidence room, correct?
Which is where Nenke, I walk into my office with a system to log in the evidence, and that's where Investigator Nenke's desk is, and he was the one that day doing the tags of the evidence.
And so if I were to tell you, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that some of those items that you collected from the truck ended up in the interrogation room with Mr. Ortiz, would you know how they got there?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, at this time, at 3:54, when you began this search, I know you're a custodian of records and a crime scene investigator, but who instructed you to begin the search of the pickup?
The Texas Ranger.
And would that be E.J. Salinas?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Do you know if he had a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. It's an improper question and speculation. Investigator Ugarte just testified that he was advised to, but he doesn't know about the search warrant.
Your Honor, I asked him if he knows. He can either say yes or no.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
It's a different question, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you have a search warrant for the truck?
No, sir.
Okay. What's the next defense exam?
Defense should be hands.
Investigator Guate, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 9. Can you just generally tell me what that form is?
It's a firearm collection worksheet.
And is that your report there? With regards to this case?
It has my name, but I believe this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is done at the Laredo Police Department.
Okay, why would it have collected by Web SO Investigator Ugarte?
Because more like that, I took the casing so they could check them out at the police department.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's the same form, but I believe that's what it is.
Okay, tell me what the Laredo Police Department has to do with this Webb County Texas Ranger investigation.
Well, you just testified, so I
Yeah.
make it clear. You testified that this is a form that the Laredo Police Department
No,
uses.
that I believe that that's the one they use. They had the Nibin system, I believe,
Okay,
where they check the casings, like if it's fingerprints, but they check if it comes from a certain weapon.
so you're telling me that the firearm,
Yeah.
okay, so you're telling me that what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 36A, and then 36, State's 36, State's 38, and 37, these went to the Laredo Police Department?
I don't believe no that if anything that's sent over there, just casing.
What do you know is what I'm asking you, or are you guessing?
Well, I don't know, sir.
Okay. But at some point, you're saying that some of these items that have been introduced in this trial went to the Laredo Police
No,
Department?
sir.
Okay. And
Not
this,
those items.
in this form that is talking about this firearm, and let's verify the serial number. I don't want to point it at you. But you see 123-06 1778.
Yes.
This form is referring to this firearm,
That's
correct?
correct.
And so you did not draft this form?
No, sir.
And there's a comment here, inspected weapon after it was seized by WCSO. So someone inspected this firearm other than you, other than the ranger?
I believe so, sir.
And it talks about it has 2 spare magazines,
Yes, sir.
and it says number of cartridges.
Are you offering it? 'Cause you're
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to offer it in the State's Defense Exhibit number 9.
Objections.
All right, defense exhibit number 9 is admitted into evidence.
And the state earlier introduced also 2 extra magazines, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in there, the DA told you that each magazine had 12 cartridges within them, correct?
12 rounds. Yes, sir.
Okay. But yet this form says that the number of cartridges in the magazines was only 2 at this time, whoever inspected this. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not 12, right?
Well, it just says the magazines. So.
Well, no,
It
it
has
says
2.
number of magazines, 2. Number of cartridges in magazines, 2. You see that, right?
Okay.
It's
Yes.
referring to the number of shots in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then here where it says photographed at scene, it says unknown. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Condition at the scene, unknown. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pass the witness here.
Proceed, Your Honor. Thank you. Investigator Ugarte, Could you please explain to the jury what is a NIBIN? The NIBIN data system.
To my best of my knowledge, it serves like the APHIS system, which is like basically what the APHIS system does to fingerprints, the NIBIN does to casings. It checks the markings on the casings that are recovered to start in guns, and they can actually identify the gun that was used to use that casing that was recovered.
So essentially, it's a law enforcement database system to link to firearms.
Yes, sir.
And for purposes of seeing the firearms been used before, it's linked to other incidents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why would you go to the Laredo Police Department for the NIBIN system?
Because the Laredo Department I believe they're the only ones in Laredo that has a system, and they have it to serve all the surrounding agencies.
So you were just doing your due diligence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ugarte, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm also showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 179. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 180. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, how do you recognize these items?
They're the forms that were submitted to the DPS crime lab, the lab submittals.
Okay. And as a custodian, you and investigator Nenke both served as custodians of evidence, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, as custodians of evidence, would you keep these records in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
Were these documents generated at or near the time of the event or reasonably after?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they were maintained for purposes of the Webb County Sheriff's Office?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and when you generated these reports, they were generated off of a computer that was operating properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, let the record reflect, I will be tendering to defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 177, 178, 179, and 180 for purposes of inspection and offered into evidence.
May I take a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Ugarte,
Yes,
with
sir.
regards to State's Exhibit number 177, and we know it's a laboratory submission form, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
But it contains two parts, like let's say just page 1, it says Jose Ugarte, page 2, Jose Ugarte, but page 3 and page 4 say Nenke. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you did not submit this, it was, and you're not the author of this form, it was Victor Nenke. Is that accurate?
The author of the form, yes, but I did submit the evidence. I actually took it.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. It says, this is not a very good copy, but it says date submitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it says in person, right?
Yes.
And so let's say the first page and the second page, it says it's Jose Ugarte.
Oh, yes.
Now, the second, the third, and the fourth page of State's Exhibit 177 say submitted by, in person, Victor Nenke.
Yes.
And it actually has his signature. So
we both go. We used to go. Both of us used to go at the same time, and check the evidence.
every single time.
The majority of the time, yes.
Now, when you submit it to the DPS crime lab, where is it located in Laredo? Or where is it located?
intersection of Clark and Loop 20.
Okay, so let's look at State's Exhibit number 178 again. It says submitted in person by Mr. Nenke, page 1. In person, Victor Nenke, page 2. In person, Victor Nenke, page 3. And in person, Victor Nenke, page 4. State's Exhibit number 179. Page 1, Victor Nenke in person. Page 2, Victor Nenke in person. Page 3, Victor Nenke in person. State's Exhibit number 180. Page 1, Victor Nenke in person. Page 2, Victor Nenke in person. And page 3, Victor Nenke in person. So is it your testimony, literally, that every single time that you went,
Majority of the time.
firms, I'm sorry?
The majority of the time, me and Mr. Nenke went.
No, that's not my question. Let's look at this one. On 9/5 of 18, we know it's you because there's your signature, right?
Yes, sir.
So on 9/11 of 18, it says Victor Nenke and Victor Nenke. So my question to you, to page 3 and page 4, do you have an independent recollection? Not that you think you went, most of the time you went, almost all the time you went. Do you have an independent recollection, a memory of having gone on 9/11, 2018 at 9:05
No,
to
sir.
submit this? You do not?
No.
Okay. And if I ask you the same question, which states, because all of these have your name, I'm sorry, Victor
Yes.
Nenke's name. If I asked you the same question regarding 178, 179, and 180,
Will be the same answer.
okay. We object, Your Honor, to lack of personal knowledge and hearsay under Rule 803, the acceptance to the hearsay rule. Law enforcement records are specifically accepted from that, Your Honor.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, what we're trying to establish is not whether he took it, but whether he conducted and performed and generated these items in the regular course of business, Judge. This is a business record affidavit. He was a custodian of evidence. He was in charge of helping maintain these records and keeping these records for purposes as to when they were exiting, when they were being sent out to DPS, and he can testify as a former custodian of evidence that he is familiar with it and it was kept in the regular course of business for that purpose, Judge. And under 902, Your Honor, as well.
Yes, Your Honor, but under 803.8A.2, under public records, it says that these records, as if it's a matter observed by law enforcement, are not accepted from the hearsay rule. It's hearsay. All police reports, otherwise they'd introduce their whole report, Your Honor. It's the same thing. Not to mention that he's not the author and he lacks personal knowledge. I think he's guessing about it, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
Investigator Ugarte, Investigator Nenke, they both previously testified that they were both in charge of the property room. They would both help each other in processing scenes as to when the collection of evidence, entering it into the data form, and as to generating the tags, and when they would send these items over to DPS, Judge. It's a unit. It's the evidence collection unit. They're custodians of evidence.
Your Honor, we're going to object to a non-legal objection in a speech.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Give me a second.
And Your Honor, if I may just add.
Okay. You wanted to add something?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Just that we're also introducing this as a business record, but we're not introducing this for the truth of the matter asserted. We're more of introducing it as a business record with the custodian of evidence, Judge. So we just want to add that to our response.
If they're not
And for
offering
purposes
the
of
truth-
chain of custody, Your Honor.
If they're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, then we also object to relevance. they need to make it relevant first.
Your Honor,
DPS phone?
he's already testified as a custodian of evidence. He's familiar with the document, so.
Objected to the speech.
Well, why don't you approach then? Both approach. So the exhibits are admitted into evidence at this time. It was 178, 179. What was the number again, Mr. Soto?
Just a second, Your Honor. For the record, they were State's Exhibit 177, 178, 179, and 180.
180, yes. Those are admitted into evidence for the jury's consideration.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Ugarte, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 177. Can you please tell the jury what that is?
Is it DPS lab submittal?
The DPS lab submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And right here, what is this information related to?
The first victim on Jeffries Road.
Okay. And all of these items here that are listed throughout State's Exhibit 177, these are items that were submitted in relation to that?
That is correct, sir.
In relation to that investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and permission to publish State's Exhibit 178. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as 178. This is the submission form, another submission form to DPS, and whose name is that?
The suspect, Juan David Ortiz, and the victim, Claudine Loera.
Okay. And typically in these records, all the items that are listed, why are they listed on in a form like this? What's its purpose?
Those are the items that they're taken to the DPS crime lab so they can be processed.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 179. Okay. Another submission form. Can you please read the names here?
Juan David Ortiz and Giselda Hernandez.
Okay. And again, these are items that were sent to DPS.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And finally, I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 180. Can you please read the names?
Juan David Ortiz and Humberto Ortiz.
Okay. So these are items that were submitted from the 4 separate crime scenes, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And these were and the items listed were submitted to DPS?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Investigator Nenke.
Now, with regards to State's Exhibit number 177, now, can you tell me who the suspect in this is listed here?
And this form is Rene Davis Arce.
Okay. And so the others say Juan David Ortiz, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, did you go to the residence of Mr. Arce?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. And so here, when it talks about 1 black and tan 6-hour 9mm, that has nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct? These were items collected from Mr. Arce.
That is correct, sir.
The Colt AR-15, nothing to do with Mr. Ortiz, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So at least at least with regards to 177, where someone else is listed, these do not relate to Mr. Ortiz. Is that be accurate?
Some items they don't.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Dodger, you're excused. You have another witness? Yes, sir.
The state calls Dr. Corinne Stern to be examined by Chief ADA Marisela Jackman.
Dr. Corinne Stern. So, good morning. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may take the witness stand.
Your Honor, may I please exit this back?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Marisela Jackman for the state. Would you please state your full name, Dr. Stern?
Yes, Dr. Corinne Elizabeth Stern.
And what is your occupation?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner for Webb County, Texas.
Would you tell us your educational background and professional training that qualifies you as a medical examiner?
Sure. I received my undergraduate degree in medical technology from the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor in Belton, Texas. I then went to medical school at the University of North Texas Health Science Center in Fort Worth. I did a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then I came back to Texas and I did a surgical pathology fellowship here in San Antonio with the University of Texas Health Science Center. And I did my forensic medicine fellowship with the Office of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner in Washington, D.C. I also hold a master's degree in public health with an emphasis in mass disaster management. I passed my forensic boards in 2001. I am licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas. I am a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners and a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And for the jury, you mentioned pathology. Could you explain what forensic pathology is?
Sure. So forensic means law. So I practice pathology or practice medicine as it deals with the law.
Okay. And in your capacity as a medical examiner, do you conduct autopsies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain what an autopsy is and how it's conducted?
Sure.
As performed?
So an autopsy is both the external, the outside exam, or the exam of the outside of the body, and the exam of the inside of the body, and internal examination. So the steps of an autopsy, what I usually do first is I examine my patient as they come in. Okay, so I look at them before anything is removed from the patient. By the time the patient gets to my table, he or she has been weighed. Once on the table, we take a length. Okay, we can't take a height because I can't stand my patients up. So we take a length, which may differ a little bit than what that person's height was in life. I then document everything that that patient has on. So all the clothing, document any kind of medical intervention. So maybe they have an endotracheal tube, that's the tube to help them breathe, or EKG pads or IV lines. I document all of that, and then with the help of an autopsy technician, the clothing and the medical intervention is removed. In the case of a homicide or a suspected homicide, we do have a list of certain evidence we take, and also additional evidence if it is warranted. We do that before the decedent is washed. Once that's done, I do an external exam from the top of the head to the bottom of the toes. I'm documenting the hair color, the length, is it curly, is it straight, what color are the eyes, is there contact lenses present, are the ears pierced, is anything else on the body pierced, the condition of the teeth, if they're natural, are they in good repair or poor repair. I'm looking at the integrity of the skin. We're looking for discolorations in the skin. Maybe the skin is pale, or maybe it's jaundiced or yellow. Maybe they have liver disease. Making sure all the extremities are present, all the digits are present, any surgical scars. We're looking for any tattoos, any needle track marks or puncture sites. That's the external examination. At that time, I take a series of photographs, and then we do an internal exam. We make a Y-shaped incision. So we start at the tip of the shoulder blades to the point of the V, which is at the top of the sternum, and a single incision down to the top of the pubic bones. We reflect the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, like the adipose tissue, and the muscle. And then the rib cage is exposed. We use a special kind of saw to take the rib cage off. It's a saw that vibrates, so it will cut through the hard bone, but it won't damage the soft organs underneath. Once we take the rib cage off, the organs are exposed. I like to use a method called Rokitansky. That means in block. I can actually take from the tongue to the testicles all out in one block. I do it a little modified. I like to take my intestinal block out separately to avoid any spillage, and I take the genitourinary block, so in other words the bladder and the reproductive organs or the prostate separately out, and then remove all the other organs.
Thank you. Now, during your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I'm in excess of 7,000.
Dr. Stern, on September 14, 2018, did you conduct an autopsy on Melissa Ramirez? I believe she was a Jane Doe at the time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare a report for the autopsy of Ms. Ramirez?
Yes, I did.
And I'll show you what has been previously marked as, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 181. And ask you if you recognize this.
Yes.
What is it?
It's a complete transcribed autopsy report that I dictated along with the toxicology report.
Okay. And is it done at or near the time that you conduct the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is prepared by you?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I have a transcriptionist, and I dictate it, and then the transcriptionist gets it back to me. I make the corrections online and print it out, and then my secretary puts it in that form.
And is this report maintained in your office as a normal business activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would it assist the jury to follow along with your testimony, with your if they could observe your report?
Sure.
At this time, Your Honor, I tender State's Exhibit 181 for inspection and ask that it be admitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes. State's Exhibit, well, first of all, State's Exhibit 181 is admitted into evidence at this time.
you see that? Is it
Yes, ma'am.
easy to read? Let me see if I can get it a little bit bigger.
That's good.
Okay. Now, Dr. Stern, how did you identify this body as Melissa Ramirez?
So Melissa Ramirez was positively identified through fingerprints in the database.
Okay. And your report indicates her name on top of the report, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And what was Ms. Ramirez's date of birth? Is that indicated on your report?
Her date of birth is not indicated on the report,
sorry,
just
date
the
of
age.
death.
Her date of death is September 3rd of 2018.
And will you describe the general condition of the body when you began the autopsy?
So Ms. Ramirez arrived to my office with several wounds that were appeared to be caused by gunshots. They were about her face and her head, and she had one on her extremity, and she had some additional injuries on her face as well.
Okay.
What could you describe?
At the time of the autopsy, could you tell how long Ms. Ramirez had been dead when you received her?
Well, at the time of the autopsy, her rigor mortis was resolving. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the body after somebody dies. And there are a lot of environmental influences on it, and so we can't use it to determine an exact time of death, and sometimes we can't even get close. But since hers was resolving, it appeared that she'd been dead by the time she got to me, around 24 hours or more.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you, and you mentioned that you take photographs as you're conducting the autopsy.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you, there's 16 photographs. It's State's Exhibit 182, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, and 97. Will you please review these? And I ask you if you recognize them.
Yes, these are photographs that I took during her autopsy.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent Melissa Ramirez's body as you observed them the day during the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
Please stand in State's Exhibit 150, 182 to 197 for inspection, and we'll offer into evidence.
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right. So, State's Exhibits 182, was it? The first one? Ms. Jackman?
182?
182 through 197 will be admitted into evidence at this time.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to go ahead and direct our attention to the pathological diagnosis that we have here.
Okay.
And we'll go ahead. I'd like to start, and I'm going to be moving this just for a second. This is State's Exhibit 182. Your Honor, if I may just warn the media and the families that these images are sensitive. They're autopsy photos. Okay. What is this picture?
Okay, so this is what we call the as-is photograph of Melissa Ramirez as we put her on the autopsy table before we began the exam.
And the purpose of that
is to demonstrate or to show how she was when she came to me. This is how she presented to me.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183.
This is what we call an identifying photo. This is after we've cleaned her up, and it's an ID photo of her face.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back to your pathological diagnosis and start with gunshot wound of the jaw.
Okay.
We explained what you observed in with that injury.
Okay, so she had a gunshot entrance wound. It was on the right side of the jaw in the mandible. That's the lower part of the jaw. So the upper part's your maxilla. This is the mandible, the lower jaw. So it was on the right side in the lower jaw. It was a round defect, and surrounding the entrance wound where the bullet actually pierced through was gunpowder stippling. That just means there are unburnt grains of gunpowder. And that surrounded the entrance wound.
Now I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 184. Is this the stippling that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And we're still on this injury. Did you have any more information in your diagnosis or in your findings? Okay.
Yes, so the bullet perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue just behind the skin, the muscle. It went through the bone of the mandible, and it terminated its path in the right side of the C6 vertebrae, the 6th cervical vertebrae, and that's where I recovered it. The wound path was from right to left and down.
Okay. And you recovered this bullet. What was it, a deformed bullet?
It was a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 188. Is this let's see, let me put it this way. Is that the caliber?
Yes, that is the bullet, the projectile that I recovered.
From that injury?
From that injury.
Now, I'm going to now ask you to concentrate on the second injury that you've identified, the gunshot wound to the neck also.
Okay. She had another gunshot entrance wound. It was on the right lower neck, so about in this area right here. It also was a round defect. She did have a circumferential area of soot that surrounded that particular entrance wound. That bullet also perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and the muscle, and it crossed the midline. So it went across the midline of the body, underneath the mandible. Okay, so underneath the lower jaw, and I recovered it in the soft tissue underneath the left ear. I also recovered a large caliber, copper jacketed, deformed bullet. The wound path was from right to left, slightly back to front and up.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 189. And how many injuries to her neck did she have?
So she has 2 gunshot entrance wounds to her neck.
Okay. The one that we just referred to
is going to be the lower wound.
This one?
No, the
This
lower
one.
one. Yes.
Okay, so this is the one that, so you have it as injury number 2?
That's correct.
This is injury number 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were referring to right now with the, you said that there was some.
There's an area of soot. It's very difficult to see in this picture, and some of it, once we cleaned her, may have washed off.
Okay.
But she did have a circumferential area of soot surrounding that entrance wound.
Okay. Now, you mentioned also that you removed a deformed bullet. I'm now showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 191.
Yes, that's the bullet I recovered under the left ear and the upper part of the neck.
Now, I'm going to refer you to your gunshot wound of the neck, injury number 3.
Okay, so she had another gunshot entrance wound on the right side of the neck above the one we just described. It was also a round defect, and she also had
We'll go ahead and excuse at least a juror. You want to help him out? Can you excuse him for now? Out there, maybe. We'll go ahead and excuse the jury just for a few minutes. Remind him not to discuss the facts of the case. He can be seated. He doesn't have to stand just yet if let him. But everyone else can step up. If you want to go. Let the jurors walk out first.
District Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Oscar Hill Jr. presiding.
When the jury comes in, I'm going to just give them a brief explanation. The juror was excused, just a fainting spell, just so that they're not worried about what's going on. There was a, well, ready for the jury now? Let's bring them in, please. Some water. We need some water later. They reminded me we need to get some water. Tell them. You already told them? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. You may be seated. And good afternoon again. And before we proceed, I'm sure some of you are wondering, we did excuse one of your fellow jurors. Everything's fine. It was a fainting spell. Just wanted to let you know everything's fine, but he was excused. Okay? All right. You may proceed.
A reminder that the following photos are sensitive for the family member. Now, Dr. Stern, I believe we were going over gunshot wound of the neck. It was the third injury that you had for Melissa Ramirez. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's not on?
No, it's just on top. See, is it on green?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 189. And is this the photograph that corresponds with gunshot wound number 3, the neck?
Yes.
Okay. And what were your findings?
So, this was the second gunshot wound in the neck, and second, just not in any order. She had 2 gunshot wounds. This is the higher of those 2 wounds on the side of the neck.
This one?
It was also a round defect.
Which one would
It's
be-
the one above. No?
This one?
Oh, how do you have the picture oriented? No, it's this one. It's the way the picture is oriented. It makes it look like the one closest to the number is lower, but it's not. It is actually up higher on her head.
Would you like for me to show
There
it
you
this
go.
way?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now it orients it better to you in anatomical position. So that's the right upper neck. It was also a round defect, and it also had an area of soot around there. Again, these are clean photos. Probably have photos with the soot around them, but it cleans off easily. It also perforated the skin, the subcutaneous tissue, the muscle, and then it went actually through the skull, okay, where the cerebellum sits, the cerebellar fossa. It went through the midbrain. So that's the part of the brain on the bottom that goes into the brainstem. And there it terminated its path in the left side of the circle of Willis. And what the circle of Willis is when you turn the brain over at the very bottom of the brain, we have vessels there. It's like a map of vessels, and we call it the circle of Willis, and that's where I recovered that bullet.
Okay. And what is it, is there any indication, or what does it mean when there's soot? What usually does that mean?
So when a bullet's fired from a gun, there's a lot of gas that goes behind it, and if the end of the barrel is close enough to the skin, that soot will deposit on the skin.
And is that similar to the stippling that we saw?
No, it's actually would be a closer gunshot wound than what we would see with gunpowder stippling.
Okay, so this would show a closer.
That's correct.
Now, you mentioned that you retrieved a bullet, a deformed bullet from Ms. Ramirez, and I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 192. And is this the bullet that was retrieved from that area?
Yes, you're looking at the end of the bullet. You're seeing the copper jacket.
And again, this is from injury that you indicated as number 3.
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to refer back to your report on the fourth finding, which was a gunshot wound of the right wrist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And will you explain? I'm now going to show you a photograph or State's Exhibit 194, and if you can explain that injury.
Okay. So that's also a gunshot entrance wound. It's on the right volar wrist, and what we mean by the volar wrist, it's this side as opposed to dorsal. It's volar. Okay, so it's right there. It was also it was a slightly irregular defect, and there was an area of gunpowder stippling present on the skin. You can see the little red dots. Okay, those unburned grains of gunpowder. That's gunpowder stippling. The bullet perforated skin, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and actually the bone, one of the bones of the wrist, the radius, and that's the bone on the lateral, so that's going to be the bone that lines up with on the thumb side.
And which is the entry wound?
So the entry wound is on this surface, on the volar.
This one?
That's correct.
Okay. And this would be the exit?
That's correct.
And what type, when do you typically see this type of injury on this part of the wrist, on the inside of the wrist?
So this is consistent with a defense type wound, with her trying to hold her arm up like this or maybe across her face. We consider that a defensive type wound.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 196. Would you explain what that shows?
So this is associated with the gunshot wound of the wrist. And that's the second exit wound. She actually had 2 exit wounds. Because the bullet went through bone, part of the bullet, anytime a bullet goes through anything hard like that, like a bone or maybe a rib, it can break apart. So part of the bullet exited there on the lateral surface, and part of it exited on the dorsal surface.
Okay. And so you mentioned that it exited. So is it possible that that bullet continued and may have hit something else?
Oh, yes.
And the last photo is State's Exhibit 197. What is this a photograph of?
So that is some writing on her skin, and it was located trying to see if I can give you the exact location. Yes, so that is the left knee, and that's the medial surface of the knee. So if you look at the right side of the photograph, is towards the head, and the left side is towards the toes. So medial means towards the inside. So this is towards her other leg, and she had these numbers written on her in ink.
And you documented this. What was the purpose of documenting that?
Because at the time I didn't know if any significance or if there was any significance to those numbers. So we have to preserve evidence, and that was the reason to document it.
And during this time, when you first conducted the autopsy, did you have her identification at this time?
No, she had not been identified yet.
Now, in your report, were you able to determine her cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And I also noted that in your report you did not, you specified that there was no medical intervention. What is the purpose of that?
That means she didn't live long enough for paramedics or EMTs to come in and try to save her life. Or she wasn't found in time. There was no life-saving measures taken.
And as part of your autopsy, do you conduct or do you have a toxicology performed?
Yes, I do.
Did you do so in this case?
I did.
Is it also included in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive the results? Where did you send where do you get the sample that will be sent for toxicology report?
We draw it directly from her at the time of the autopsy.
Okay. And do you know what the results were?
Yes.
What were they?
So she did have both cocaine and prescription medication, and that prescription medication was alprazolam. You'll probably know it better as Xanax.
And you mentioned that you do have the 3 deformed bullets, and you placed them in an envelope?
That's correct. We place them in a paper envelope and seal them.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 148. It was previously marked, but not introduced. And will you please identify it?
Yes, so this is a receipt of evidence from my office with the list of the evidence that I took at autopsy.
And do you have personal knowledge of the information that's on there?
Yes.
Okay. Is it conducted at or near the time that you prepare this evidence receipt?
That's correct.
And is it the normal course of the medical examiner's business to maintain these records?
That's correct.
Okay. May I have that? May I have tendering State's Exhibit 148 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence?
You said 148, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 148 is admitted into evidence at this time.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Stern, when you provide, what do you do with these bullets that you retrieved or removed from Ms. Ramirez?
So first I photograph them. I try to clean them as best I can without making any marks on the projectile. And then I photograph them, and then I place them in a paper envelope, what we call a coin envelope. Put a piece of evidence tape with my initials across the seam.
Now, and on this report, or on this receipt, do you document that you submitted 3 large caliber bullets?
Yes, they are on that receipt.
Do you have scissors? Now, Dr. Stern, a little bit ago, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit, and they've been introduced. State's Exhibit 44, 45, 46. What are they?
So these are the 3 large caliber copper jacketed bullets that I retrieved from Melissa Ramirez.
Okay. Now, do you have the envelopes? Do you see the envelopes that you're familiar with?
No, these are envelopes that the ballistics placed them into.
Now, I'm going to show you what. Can I have a sticker for this? What I have marked as States 44A. You may not be familiar with it, but it is. What is it?
So this is a larger envelope that's marked biohazard, and it feels like it has maybe some additional envelopes inside of it.
Now, if you could, for the record, would you open that and see if your envelopes are contained in that document, in that envelope?
Yes, these are my envelopes.
Are you able to determine that those 3 bullets that were taken from Ms. Ramirez were submitted in those 3 envelopes?
Yes, and they have stickers that match up exactly, so I know from which envelope each one was taken.
And so therefore you're able to determine the bullet where it was retrieved from Ms. Ramirez?
That's correct.
If you would be so kind to just insert them in their corresponding envelopes?
Okay.
Your Honor, for the record, the state's tendering the plastic bag 44A that was holding an envelope that has not been identified, but it contained 3 envelopes that are now marked as State's Exhibit. Ready? Their inspection, Your Honor, and offering it to evidence.
Judge, if I could just briefly ask a question of the witness.
You may.
Doctor, if you testify that you recognize these projectiles that you recovered during the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, I have no objection,
Yes.
Judge.
And just for clarification, it was 44A, 44B, and you also referenced 44, 45, 46?
45, yes, Your Honor. So the plastic container, the plastic bag that was in was 44A, and then 44B, 45A, and 46A.
But did that also include 44, 45, and 46 is what my question was.
I'm sorry?
Were you also including 44, 45, and 46 or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So 44A, 44B, 45A, 46A, 44, 45, and 46. These exhibits are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you. Now this is State's Exhibit 45, and it says caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet, right neck. It corresponds with the projectile or the.
That's correct.
And so this one was the one that you retrieved from.
This next to the C6 vertebra.
Okay. Can you explain when you say deformed, what are these deformities? What are these?
Okay, so the bullet has deformed. It doesn't look like the bullet you take out of the package and load into the gun. It's not pristine anymore. If you'll see, it has, if you will, those talons that fold backwards on them. The bullet has deformed.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 46A and 44, State's Exhibit 44. Turn it around. And this states, the envelope states, large caliber copper jacketed, deformed bullet, left upper neck.
Yes, that's the one that was underneath the left ear.
And this was the bullet that was retrieved or
Yes.
recovered from.
That's correct.
the neck. Okay. And again, it's deformed. And this one is probably, you can see the deformity a little bit clearer because there's nothing on the packaging. And
Okay.
Same thing applies?
Yes, same thing applies.
The last one is State's Exhibit 44B, and inside it has 46, State's Exhibit 46. And here, this is the large caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet from the left brain.
Yes, that was the one at the bottom of the brain in the circle of Willis.
Is this which gunshot do you believe was the cause of death?
They could have all killed her.
Now I'm going to. Now, Dr. Strong, do you recall conducting an autopsy of Claudine and Loera?
Yes.
What day was that?
On September the 14th of 2018.
Did you prepare a report for this autopsy?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 198 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes.
What was it conducted by you?
Yes, that is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report along with the toxicology report on Claudine and Luera.
Okay. Is this report done in the normal course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And done at or near the time of the autopsy?
Yes,
And they're maintained in your office?
that's correct.
Okay. Would it assist the jury to follow your testimony if they are able to observe your report?
Yes.
Okay. Right here. State's tendering State's Exhibit 198 and for inspection and offering into evidence.
State's Exhibit 198 will be admitted into evidence at this time.
May I have this on it?
You may.
And you're able to identify this report as Ms. Ruedas because it's got her name up on, you identify it by name?
And her autopsy case number.
Okay. And your pathological diagnosis, how many injuries did she have?
She had a single gunshot wound of the head.
I will be publishing, I'm going to show you, did you take photographs of this autopsy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 199 through through 209 and ask if you recognize them.
Yes, they are photographs I took at the time of the autopsy.
And do these photographs accurately depict the injuries or the autopsy when you performed it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm tendering to the defense the photographs so they can be inspected and offering into evidence, Your Honor.
The numbers again?
They were 199 through 209.
Thank you. Right, so it was exhibits 199 to 204 have been admitted. Exhibit 209 has been admitted. 205, 206, 207 are admitted, sustaining the objection to 208.
Could you describe the general condition of Ms. Guerra when, I would say it would be in this section of your report?
Okay, so she was developed. She appeared well nourished. She was 5'3.5" in length, and she appeared consistent with her reported age to us of 42 years. Other than the wound to the head, which was quite visible, you know, she had full rigor mortis. She had red curly hair. Her earlobes were pierced 2 times each. She had natural teeth, but they were in poor repair. She had multiple stria on her abdomen. I didn't notice any surgical scars externally. Sometimes it's difficult when there is a lot of stria, or like stretch marks, like when you get when you're pregnant. She had some scars on her knees and shins, which is very common, you know, with falling even, you know, from childhood on. Her fingernails were intact. She did have several tattoos. And she did have evidence of therapy. There had been some life-saving measures taken.
Now, have there been any medical intervention on Ms. Guerra?
Yes, so she had an orlandotracheal tube in the trachea. That's the tube they put down the throat to help somebody breathe. She had an oral gastric tube. That's a tube they put through the mouth down into the stomach so they can evacuate the stomach contents. She had defibrillator pads on her anterior and lateral chest walls. That's what when we shock somebody, we put those pads on. She had a blood pressure cuff around her right arm. She had 4 EKG pads on her chest. She had interosseous catheters in both tibias, and what those are, they're thick needles, and they're actually screwed into the bone of the shin, and we can put fluids. You can rapidly rehydrate somebody when you use interosseous catheters. And she had a Foley catheter in her urethra. That was a tube to collect her urine.
Now, I'm going to now refer you to your pathological diagnosis. And what was that?
She had a gunshot wound over her head.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 200. And again, Your Honor, I am about to publish sensitive photographs. This is page 200. I mean, Exhibit 200. What is this?
So that's an identifying photograph after we've cleaned her up. That's Claudine Ann Luera's ID photo, close-up of her face.
And you said that there was 1 gunshot wound.
That's correct.
I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 207. Can you hear me now? Yes. Sorry about that. Can you please explain to the jury the injury from this 1 gunshot wound?
So this is the back of the skull, in the middle of the back of the head, what we call the occipital area. I have shaved her hair. It was not like that. I shaved it. And you're seeing a very irregular looking gunshot entrance wound.
Okay. And why is that?
This is a tangential shot. It's a very uncommon wound that we see. We call it a keyhole defect. I don't know if we're going to be able to see the bone, but what happens is the bullet comes in tangentially. Think of like at a sharp acute angle, and it takes the outer table of the skull off. Like it peels the bone away on the outside without going all the way through. So when the bullet struck her skull, she got this keyhole defect, and as it took off the outer table of the skull on the first part of the wound, the copper jacket separated from the rest of the bullet, and it fell off, and the lead core of the bullet went inside into her cranial vault.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 202. What is that a photograph of?
So now we're looking with her full head of hair before I shaved that spot, and you can see that copper jacket. It had separated and it got tangled up in her hair, and we removed that.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 203. Is this once you removed that copper jacket?
That's the copper jacket we removed from her hair.
Now, you mentioned that you removed the projectile from her brain, right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 209. Is this that deformed lead bullet from her brain?
That's correct. That's the inside of that bullet, and I recovered it in the left temporal lobe of the brain.
Okay. Now there's... Could you describe to the jury where the left temporal brain is? Where?
Okay, so the temporal lobes, if you turn the brain over, they're on, and you look at the middle of the brain, we talked about the circle of Willis, so on either side of that, there are two, you can think of kind of like horns, and those are your temporal lobes. It's where our memory centers are.
Okay. And that's where this was recovered
That's
from.
correct.
Now, there's a section, State's Exhibit 201. It says copper jacket fragment under the decedent. Where was this taken from?
So when we were, when she was initially on the table and we were removing her clothing for evidence, that fragment of the copper jacket was underneath her, and it's part of the copper jacket that broke off.
Now I'm going to, may I approach the witness, John? Yes. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 149 and ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, again, that's a receipt of evidence from the evidence we took at the time of autopsy from Claudine Loera.
Okay. And you use this to document, what is it that you use this for?
So we use that to document the evidence that we take and subsequently turn over to law enforcement. It is a chain of evidence.
Okay. And it was done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Or when
yes, it was collected. Yes.
Okay. And is it part of your course of business to maintain these records?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 149 for inspection and to admit it to evidence, Your Honor.
Can I take the witness on because there's something I just don't understand, Judge?
You may.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi, how are you?
All right. I'm just trying to get it straight.
Sure.
If I'll give you again, it's State's Exhibit, what is it, 149?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take all of it. This shows that the receipt is the property is being given to someone from the medical examiner's office.
That's correct.
Okay. So, this is property that you obtained during the course of the autopsy.
I took all of this and I envelope it and seal it with my initials. This is my evidence custodian. We dry the evidence, and sometimes they don't pick it up immediately. No. And so the evidence custodian turns the evidence over to them.
Okay, so in other words, like the first photograph that you were shown of the body as it's received by the medical examiner's office, most of this would be in that photograph, right? Like the clothing, things like
yes,
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And this receipt is actually the sheriff's department, as it were, receiving it from you?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And you, like I say, you discovered all this during your autopsy?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection.
All right, so State's Exhibit 149 is admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have evidence? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Now, Dr. Stern, I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit 47, which has been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 49.
Okay.
And State's Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, are these the, let me refer to your receipt of evidence.
48, I'm not sure if 48 is it.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to lay the predicate for that. Are these, your document, and you've testified that you removed the copper jacket fragment off of your...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you also removed the deformed lead bullet and a copper jacket from her hair.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you identify which exhibit is the one that was removed from her hair? The State's Exhibit.
It's going to be State's Exhibit 49.
And what about the deformed lead bullet?
That will be State's Exhibit 48.
Okay. And the copper jacket fragment that was found below, underneath the decedent?
State's Exhibit 47.
And these are the ones that you submitted to the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 47. Actually, which is the one that was State's Exhibit 48 to be inspected and offering that into evidence.
Objection, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so State's Exhibit 48,
Yes.
47 will be admitted into evidence.
It was already, 47 was already.
Now this is State's Exhibit 47. Is it? What was this fragment found again?
The fragment was found underneath her.
Okay. State's Exhibit 48. This was,
Recovered from the left temporal lobe of the brain.
and this is what part of the bullet?
This is the lead core inside.
Approximately how large is this, or what's the size of this?
You know,
Let me
I'd
see.
say maybe 3/8 of an inch.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 49.
So this is the copper jacket I recovered from her hair.
And what is this? This is what part of the
That's the outside. That's the outside of the bullet.
So, and this is what was found in her hair.
Yes, ma'am.
And because of the way it entered or it hit her head, it separated.
That's correct.
Now Did she have any other injuries other than this one that you identified?
No.
Okay. As part of your autopsy, do you also conduct the toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. And did you send those to... Did you get the results from the lab?
Yes.
And made it part of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the results of the toxicology report for Ms. Rada?
So she had both cocaine and heroin in her system at the time of her death.
Based on your examination of the gunshot wound, was it consistent with close range firing?
No.
Wait. Why not?
She did not have any soot nor any gunpowder stippling on the skin. We consider this a distant gunshot wound, meaning the end of the barrel is more than 18 inches away from her head.
And were you able to determine the cause of death for Ms. Rada?
Yes.
What was that?
She died from a gunshot wound of her head.
Now we're going to... Do you recall on September the 15th conducting an autopsy on Griselda Hernandez, also known as Griselda Cantu?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you received the body, had you already identified Griselda?
No.
Okay. How is it that you identified her?
She was identified through fingerprints in the database.
And did you prepare a report documenting the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 210 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report along with a copy of the toxicology report.
And this was done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And it is a document that you maintain as part of the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
I'm now offering or tendering State's Exhibit 210 and asking to admit it to evidence.
No objection.
Right, State's Exhibit 210 will be admitted into evidence at this time. Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe the general condition of the body when you began the autopsy?
Yes, so also she was a well-developed, appeared well-nourished Hispanic female, and she appeared older than her reported age of 34 years. Again, she had brown eyes, she had black straight hair, only her left earlobe was pierced one time, because on her right earlobe it was torn multiple times, like, you know, when you tear an earring through a pierce, maybe it got pulled at one time. She had natural teeth, they were in good repair. She had multiple skin popping sites on her abdomen. Those are sites where you take a needle right underneath the skin to inject a substance. She did have a couple of surgical scars. She had one in the midline below her umbilicus, it's the belly button, and she also had a 12-inch very irregular scar. It was horizontal but irregular in her pelvic area. Her lower legs, she had numerous stage 4 ulcerations like decubitus ulcers, like what we see in bedbound people. Typically, we'll see them on the buttocks and overlying the coccyx. She had them all on her lower anterior legs, on her shins. They were stage 4 down to the bone. In addition, she did have 2 gunshot wounds, both of her neck, and she had many injuries of her head consistent with blunt force.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you if I'm handing you State's Exhibit, there's some photographs, State's Exhibit 211, 212, 213, 14, 15, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, and 221. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of Giselda Hernandez at the time of the autopsy.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the injuries and Miss Giselda as it existed that day?
Yes.
I'm now tendering Exhibit 211 to 221 for inspection and offering to evidence.
Yes, they're going to be, yes, yes. So State's Exhibits 211 through 221 will be admitted into evidence at this time. Objections overruled.
You mentioned that you had how many injuries or how many pathological diagnoses did you find for Miss Griselda Hernandez?
Well, there's 4 entities in my pathologic diagnosis.
And you mentioned one of them was I guess from natural causes?
Yes, one of those are the stage 4 decubitus ulcers of the legs.
I'm going to show you as what has been marked as State's Exhibit 213. Are these the ulcers that you were referring to?
Well, you can't see them in the photo because she has them wrapped in blue plastic, but they are underlying this wrapping.
And what did you find or what did you believe caused these ulcers?
From her injecting intravenous drugs.
Now I'm going to go now to injury as you identified as injury 1, blunt force injuries of the head.
Okay.
Can you describe what occurred when you examined the injuries on her head?
Yes.
Describe them?
Sure. So she had several lacerations. A laceration is like a tear, like when you tear the skin, not a cut like with a knife, but an actual tear, typically caused by blunt force trauma. So she had a laceration on her left parietal scalp. That's this area right here. Okay, it measured 3.5 inches. And she had another laceration of the mid-upper forehead. It measured 2.25 inches. She had an additional laceration of the right side of the forehead. It measured 4.5 inches. And then she had a purple contusion just lateral to the right eye, so right in this area. A contusion is just a fancy word for a bruise. She had an abrasion overlying the left lateral mandible. You know, we talked about the mandible, the bottom jawbone. An abrasion is like a scrape, like when you skin your knee. Okay, so she had an abrasion on her mandible on the left side. She also had an additional abrasion on her temporal scalp. Your temporal scalp are these areas right here. And she had an additional 1/2 inch laceration on her right upper eyelid. She also had a 1/2 inch abrasion lateral to the right eye as well. She had an abrasion of the right lateral face, still on the face, but kind of underneath the right earlobe, kind of in this area right here. And she had a reddish purple contusion of the left lateral posterior neck, kind of from the side extending onto the back of the neck.
And what do you believe was the cause of death for Miss Griselda?
Well, she died from blunt force injuries of the head. She specifically from subarachnoid hemorrhage caused by these injuries.
And what is the subarachnoid?
So in the brain, we have a really thin covering of the brain called the pia mater. And when the brain sustains trauma and it moves back and forth in the skull, it tears those little bridging veins and it causes bleeding underneath that. We call that subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Okay. Now, I'm going to refer you to gunshot wound of the right neck. What did you recover any projectiles from Miss Griselda?
No.
Will you describe the gunshot wound of the right neck?
So the gunshot wound of the right neck was also a round defect, and it had multiple tears, little tears at the margins. There was an area of gunpowder stippling surrounding that entrance wound. The bullet perforated skin, the subcutaneous tissue, and muscle, and then it actually exited in the posterior neck. So a bullet was not recovered.
And then gunshot wound of the left neck.
So she had an additional gunshot entrance wound of the left lower neck. It was an irregular defect. It measured a 1/2 inch, but it was irregular. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling surrounding the skin on this entrance wound. It also perforated skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscle, and it exited via the right lower neck. A bullet was not recovered.
And the absence of any soot or gunpowder stippling, what does that indicate?
A distant gunshot wound.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to be publishing some sensitive photographs, if we can advise the family and the media. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 214. Is this the blunt force trauma that you were referring to as injury 1?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is to what side of Miss Griselda?
That's her right side of her face.
And when you said it was a laceration, is this what you mean by it's not a cut,
It's a tear. You see the irregular margins up there on her forehead, and then of her right lateral eyelid, you can see the lacerations there.
And what would cause something like this? What kind of object?
So it's blunt force trauma. She could be struck with something or struck against something.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 217.
So again, we're looking at a laceration. This is on the left side of the head.
Again,
it's like a tear in the skin.
Also caused by?
Blunt force trauma.
By an object or hitting against something.
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 219. Is this, which gunshot wound is this?
So this is a gunshot wound of the right side of the neck.
So it's gunshot wound. You have this as injury number 2 in your report?
That's correct.
Okay. And which would be the entry? This is, you did not recover a bullet from?
That's correct. It exited.
And so this is an entry wound?
That's the entry wound. You can see the little areas of gunpowder stippling and those little stellate tears that I described earlier.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 220. What is this identifying?
So we're in the upper posterior neck. This is an exit wound.
Of the previous?
Of the previous wound.
Okay. So it entered here and it exited in Exhibit 220?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 221.
That's the irregular entrance wound of the left lateral neck.
And you have this as injury number 3?
That's correct.
Now, did you, may I approach you, Dr. Stern?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 146 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, it's a receipt of evidence form of the evidence that was taken at the time of her autopsy.
Okay. And there was no recovery of any bullets, so there were no bullets that were identified.
That's
in
correct.
Here. But what is identified in here that you provided to the...
Her top, a pair of jeans, one pair of shoes, her bra, a pair of socks, her right and left handbags. She came in with her hands bagged to preserve evidence. A set of fingerprints, combed and pulled head hairs, combed and pulled pubic hairs, her right and left fingernail clippings, an FTA card. That's a DNA blood standard card where we drip her known blood onto a filter paper so they can use it as her known DNA. Vaginal and oral swabs from the rape kit, and the sheet we wrapped her with at the scene.
And these are done, and again, this document is done at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you? Prepared for your office?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's regularly maintained at the medical examiner's
That's
office?
correct.
State offers State's Exhibit 146 and is tendering to the defense for inspection.
Can I have a pause right here, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
I somehow disconnected. I need to reconnect myself.
Go ahead.
Okay. I need 1 minute.
No
Okay.
problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Objections or not?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, that was 146, right? States 146 is admitted into evidence this time.
Thank you.
Dr. Stern, do you recall conducting an autopsy on September the 17th, 2018 on Humberto Ortiz identifying as Janelle Ortiz?
That's correct, yes.
When the body arrived, had it already been identified?
Yes, he had already been identified when he came to me.
Now, did you, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing to you State's Exhibit 222 and ask if you recognize this.
Yes, this is a transcribed copy of my dictated autopsy report on Humberto Germán Ortiz.
And it was conducted at or near the time of the autopsy?
That's correct.
Prepared by you?
Yes.
And it is maintained as a regular course of the medical examiners?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I now tender State's Exhibit 222 for inspection and ask that it be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
State's Exhibit 222 is admitted into evidence this time. You may
Yes.
publish, yes.
May I publish? Now, Dr. Stern, what was the general condition of Humberto Ortiz, who identified as Janelle?
Okay, so he was well developed, appeared well nourished, thin, fully clad. He had on a gray jacket, a t-shirt, a tank top, some shorts, a belt, bra, panties, and some black tennis shoes. He was in full rigor mortis. He had brownish red straight hair. His earlobes were pierced one time. He had natural teeth. They were in fair repair. I didn't see any surgical scars. His fingernails were intact. He had several tattoos. He did have multiple needle puncture sites in his arms. I didn't see any evidence of medical intervention. He did have a gunshot wound of his head.
I'm going to be showing you what it has photographs which have been marked as State's Exhibit 223, 224, 225, 226, and 227, and ask you to recognize them.
Yes, these are photographs I took at the time of his autopsy.
And do they accurately and fairly depict her, Janelle, as you found her that day of the autopsy? And
yes.
I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 223 to 227 for inspection and offering it to evidence room.
No objections, Your Honor.
Says exhibits 223 through 227 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Now, Dr. Stern, although the name on the autopsy is Humberto Germán Ortiz, for purposes of the trial, we're going to be referring to her as Janelle Ortiz.
Fine, absolutely.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to be showing some sensitive photos for the media, for the family to be forewarned. This is State's Exhibit 223.
Okay, so that is an as-is photograph as she came to our table.
And now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 224. What was the purpose of this photograph?
This is the identifying photograph after we've cleaned her up of the face.
Now, the injury that you discussed, I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 225. What is this?
This is a gunshot entrance wound on the back of the head.
Does it have the presence of any soot or stippling?
No, there is no soot or gunpowder stippling surrounding this wound.
Okay, and what does that indicate?
That it was a distant gunshot wound.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 226.
That's just a close-up.
Okay. And did you recover a projectile?
Yes, I did.
And where was the projectile?
So the projectile was recovered in the left sphenoid sinus. So that's in the basilar skull. Think of the basilar skull as the bones of the front of the face, but I'm looking behind it, and the sphenoid sinuses are on either side of the middle portion.
So it went, what was the direction of the bullet?
So the bullet perforated his skin, the subcutaneous tissue, his muscle. It went through the right occipital bone, that's the bone in the back of the head, through the right occipital lobe of the brain, and then it went into the basilar skull just left of the superior foramen magnum. The foramen magnum is the big hole we have in our skull, and our spinal cord goes up through that. It went through the left petrous bone and terminated its path in the left sphenoid sinus, and that's where I recovered it. So his wound path was from back to front, right to left, and up.
And is this, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 227. Is this the projectile that was recovered from Juan Ortiz?
That's correct.
And may I approach you, Honor? Yes. I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit 147. It was previously identified as 147, and it's a receipt of evidence from the medical examiners. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it done at a time the autopsy is conducted?
Yes.
Prepared by you?
Yes.
And it's the normal course of business to maintain these records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I'm now tendering to the defense State's Exhibit 147 and offering into evidence.
Did you say 147?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 147 is admitted into evidence at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, Dr. Stern, do you document in State's Exhibit 147 the transferring or the handing over of the evidence, including the large caliber bullet?
Yes. It's on the bottom.
You see it now?
Yes. You didn't put the word bullet, but large caliber.
Okay. And this was given to law enforcement? It was given
That's
to
correct.
Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you what has, was State's Exhibit 57, Your Honor? 57?
No.
No. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. States 57 and States 57A.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes. So 57A is my coin envelope that I placed the large caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet that I recovered from the basilar skull. And in States 57 is the actual bullet.
And how is it that you know that this was the bullet that was in that envelope?
Because there's an evidence receipt and the numbers match.
Okay. And was that evidence receipt by you or by another agency?
This is by another agency.
But they do match?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now tendering to the defense States Exhibit 57 and 57A for inspection and offering to evidence, Your Honor.
If I could just ask a question briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Again, Doctor, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 57, you recognize this as the projectile you removed during the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No objection, Your Honor.
Right. States 57 and States 57A are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 57A, which is the envelope that identifies large caliber copper jacketed deformed bullet Bachelor skull?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 57.
Yes.
Now, this is, this was what was recovered from Janelle's head.
Yes.
Where again?
In the sphenoid sinus of the basilar skull.
So there was no exit wound?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach? Yes, ma'am. Dr. Stern, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 228, 229, 230, and 231. What are they?
So these are copies of death certificates.
And were they signed by you?
Yes, the medical portion is signed by me.
Thank you. I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 228, 229, 230, and 231 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence, Your Honor.
Judge, I'm sorry, let me get the
So
numbers.
State's Exhibits 228, 229, 230, and 231 are admitted into evidence.
Now, Dr. Stern, with regards to all four autopsies, were there any similarities as to their injuries?
Well, they all had gunshot wounds, and all the gunshot wounds were neck and head.
What about the projectiles that were recovered?
All the projectiles that were recovered were large caliber copper jacketed bullets.
Okay. And the toxicology results, was there any consistency with them?
Yes, all four of them had positive toxicology, a combination of cocaine and or heroin and Xanax.
You and I passed the witness.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi.
And we'll be fairly brief here. But
Okay.
I'm curious about when you had testified regarding the autopsy of, I believe it's Giselda Hernandez, that there were other blunt force injuries besides the gunshot wound to the neck.
That's correct.
Were you able to determine what blunt instrument caused those injuries?
No, sir.
Okay. It could be any number of things.
Yes, sir.
I mean, a lead pipe, for example.
Yes, I didn't see any pattern when I reflected the scalp, so there was nothing to indicate it was a lead pipe. That usually gives us a specific pattern, but I could not tell.
Okay, so there was no discernible pattern to them. Like, for example, sometimes a certain instrument
Yes, sir.
will have a defect in it that will reappear.
That's correct.
Okay. Or a certain indentation in it that will reappear.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And you noticed none of that.
None of that.
were you able to determine, and I'll go back a little bit too, now when you describe injury number 1, number 2, you're not describing how they were inflicted.
No, that's correct. That's very important. That's just how I dictate them into my report. I cannot tell which came first or second or third.
So like if the first one you look at is an injury, say, to someone's arm, that will be injury number 1, simply it's the first one you did.
That's correct.
Okay. So with this blunt force trauma and the gunshot wound, were you able to determine in any way in what order they occurred?
No.
Okay. So the person could have been shot in the neck and then subsequently received the blunt trauma to the head.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
She's an expert judge. She can speculate all she wants.
I'll allow the question.
Yes, I cannot tell. You're correct.
Okay. I have no other questions on that one. Now on Humberto Ortiz, how were you able to originally identify Humberto Ortiz?
He came to me identified already, so sometime between the time of the scene and when he came to my autopsy table, he was already ID'd. I don't have that in my autopsy report, but let me see if I have it documented here.
I believe in there somewhere you say he had a toe tag on.
Yes. So we tag everybody that comes into our office. If they're unidentified, we will put John Doe or Jane Doe or Baby Doe. But if they're ID'd, then we'll put their name. Now it's possible he came in as a Jane or John Doe, and then was identified before he got to my autopsy table, so the tags would have been changed to reflect his name.
Because in the property receipt, there's no like driver's license or anything like that, right?
That's correct. Let me see if on the investigator's report, if they say how he was ID'd. It's not documented how he was ID'd. It's possible he was ID'd at the scene. Sometimes law enforcement will take fingerprints at the scene. We'll allow them once we take photographs of the hand. But all I can tell you is once he got to my autopsy table, he had been ID'd.
Okay. Well, with Melissa Ramirez and Yusel Hernandez, you said they'd been ID'd by fingerprint.
Yes, Melissa Ramirez was ID'd via fingerprints. And Claudine Luera was identified through tattoos.
Right, and then the Miss Hernandez was done by fingerprint as well.
That's correct.
Okay, and the tattoos, how did that go about identifying someone?
So what happens is we obviously know that tattoos, family members call in the office. We never tell them what the tattoos are. We have them describe them to us so it can be a true ID. So somebody in the family described those tattoos to us.
Okay, so with those three, you had fairly what I would get common types of identification for bodies that are received by the medical examiner's office.
Yes, they have to be forensically ID'd. So either through fingerprints, through tattoos, through dental records, or through DNA.
Okay. But as far as Humberto Ortiz, you don't know how that identification...
I don't know how. I just can't recall off the top of my head how he was ID'd, whether it was through my office or through law enforcement before the start of the autopsy. All I can say is by the time I conducted his autopsy, he had been identified and he had the tags on with his name.
Okay, and so you didn't do anything else as far as identification with that?
No, we would have just turned over a set of fingerprints to law enforcement.
Okay. If I could have just a moment, Judge. Thank you, Doctor. I have no other questions, Judge.
Any further regret?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused. You may step down. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Judge.
Doctor's free to return on Laredo.
Yes, she's excused.
She may move her excuse.
Yes, you're released.
We'll be calling Ranger.
EJ Salinas. I don't know if the court wants to take.
What time is it? 3:20. I'll give the jury an afternoon break, about 15 minutes, and just remind you not to discuss.
Sixth District Court is back in session.
You're going to wait for Mr. Alanis, or are you sitting there?
I'm still waiting for Mr. Alanis. I'm just setting this up for him.
Sir? Well, I don't want to start if he's planning on being there, because I don't want to be an issue. If he's planning on being there, we'll wait a minute. So, wait 1 second. So I have 176. I have, 40? 40? And 40? 1 second. What do you mean? 152, 153 are in? 152 and 153 are not in? I had them as input. But confirm it. 152, 153, I have them as in. But you can confirm that. Okay, we're ready. Bring the jury in, please.
All rise for the jury.
Now, Mr. Perez stepped up. You may be seated. And you want to call your next witness, sir? Ma'am?
Your Honor, the state calls Ranger E.J. Salinas.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand so you can be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're going to give during this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may take the witness stand.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marisela Salinas Jackman. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, I'm Ernesto Javier Salinas. Everybody knows me as EJ.
And are you a peace officer?
Yes.
For how long have you been a peace officer?
Going on 29 years.
Are you employed by a law enforcement agency?
Yes, I'm
Which one?
employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety under the Texas Ranger Division.
And did you begin as a, so you're saying you're a Texas Ranger?
Yes.
Okay, will you please give us a brief history of your employment with DPS?
Yes, I began my career in law enforcement in '93 with the Whip County Sheriff's Office. Soon after that, I was accepted to the B-97 class with DPS. Graduated, was a Texas Highway Patrolman for about 10 years, and then I promoted to the criminal law enforcement side of DPS. And then in 2011, I promoted to the Texas Rangers. In that same year, I was also assigned to the JOIC, which is called the Joint Operations Intelligence Center, in charge of border security issues. And then in 2014, I transferred back to the field office.
Now, Ranger Salinas, if you could please get a little closer to the microphone so that we can hear you clearly. And speak up into the microphone. Thank you.
Test.
Perfect. Now, you mentioned that you were a special investigator, special crimes. What exactly did you do when you were there?
Yes, we mainly dealt with sex offenders, gangs, and criminal intelligence.
And would you be how would you be involved with investigations?
We dealt with criminal investigations and all the aspects of criminal investigations.
Okay. And what about when you were assigned as a supervisor at the DPS Joint Operation Intelligence Center?
Yes, I supervised several state guard guys that were analysts assigned to border security.
Okay. And what exactly is the Joint Operations Intelligence Center?
It's an intelligence sharing building with it houses state and federal agencies.
Okay, and how long were you there?
From 2011 to 2014.
Will you please explain to the jury, because we may not be familiar with this intelligence center, what is it used for? Who contacts the intelligence center?
Yes, every time I would conduct a criminal investigation, I usually contact them for support, analytical support.
By analytical support, what do you mean?
I would run names, date of birth, license plate numbers, telephone numbers, see if I can get more information.
Okay. And are you the only person who can contact the intelligence center, or does any law enforcement agency have the ability?
Any law enforcement agency has the ability to contact them.
So it's a resource for law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned now you mentioned you were assigned to this Joint Operation Intelligence Center. You were already a Texas Ranger?
Yes.
What were the requirements for you to become a Texas Ranger as opposed to the Special Investigator in Special Crimes?
To be a Texas Ranger, you have to have at least 8 years full-time of being a full-time law enforcement officer, at least 4 with DPS.
Okay. And then you said thereafter, I guess, what year did you move or did you transfer from the Joint Operation Intelligence Center as a supervisor to Company D Texas Ranger?
2014.
Okay. Now, even though you moved out of the Intelligence Center, did you still have access to it?
Yes.
Okay. And before you worked with the Texas Department of DPS, did you work as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Where?
With the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, for approximately how long?
About 4 years, 4.5 years.
Now, will you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training that you have to have in every year or that you've had?
Yes, we obtain 40 hours of TCO training annually. Additionally, the Rangers send you to an additional training of officer involved shooting, crime scenes, amendment law, Texas Penal Code law, etc.
Okay, and you said that the Texas Rangers had additional training in addition to the 40 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a Texas Ranger, how many investigations have you conducted?
Numerous investigations.
Can you give a ballpark number?
Probably over 500.
Now, what were your duties back in September of 2018?
I was assigned to the Texas Ranger Division in charge of the major crimes.
And when you say you were in charge of major crimes, what were your tasks at that time?
Criminal investigations, assisting other agencies, other state, local, and federal agencies with their criminal investigations as well.
Now, I want to talk to you about Juan David Ortiz. Do you recognize the name?
Yes.
Okay. And if he was in the courtroom, would you recognize him?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Will you please point out an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a dark sports coat with and wearing glasses.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that Agent Salinas has identified the defendant as Juan David Ortiz. Did you arrest him?
Yes.
Okay. What was that for?
The aggravated assault, unlawful restraint, and the murders.
Okay. What was the aggravated assault on?
Erica.
Do you recall her last name?
I don't recall her last name.
It was Erica Peña. What about the murders? Do you recall who the victims of the murders were?
Yes, Melissa Ramirez, Claudine Loera, Griselda, I remember her last name, and Janelle Ortiz.
Now, before we begin to discuss the details of your investigation, you mentioned throughout your report on various occasions that you would conduct, and I'm going to quote your report, analytical research, and you would contact, and you mentioned 2 intelligence resources. You would say the Joint Operation Intelligence Center, and you would also refer to the Border Patrol, Border Intelligence Center.
Yes.
And when you say analytical research, what exactly is it that you're doing when you call these intelligence centers?
I'm trying to get information. Some of the information we were getting, we would just get a number, a nickname. We're trying to get license plate reader information, telephone information, and biometrics on the individuals to try to identify them.
And did this investigation present any challenges for you, if any?
Yes.
What was it?
The first crime scene, we had a John Doe. We didn't know who the victim was. She had no identification on her, and typically when we respond to a crime scene, we try to get surveillance videos from around the area. That wasn't the case there. It was in a rural area. I also requested to see if Border Patrol had any game cameras. They use them with border security to try and track smugglers in the brush. There was no drawbridge cameras around in that area.
Okay, so now you have two intelligence centers that you can use as a resource. One is the Joint Operation Intelligence Center, and that primarily has databases of what?
The state databases.
Okay, and what about the Border Patrol Border Intelligence Center? What databases does that have access to?
They have federal databases.
Okay. Now, when you said, what did you call those cameras that are out in the rural areas?
Drawbridge cameras.
And those are placed by who?
They're state-issued equipment, but monitored by Border Patrol and put out by Border Patrol.
Okay. Did you inquire as to, because the first crime scene was in a rural area, did you inquire to see if there were any drawbridge cameras?
Yes.
What type of information, how are these two intelligence centers, where are they housed?
They're housed in one building upstairs.
Okay, but is it in one room?
It's probably about as big as this room.
So even though they are two individual intelligence centers, they're housed in one room or one big, is it on the same floor?
Yes.
Of a building?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you State's Exhibit 232 and 233 and ask you if you recognize the images that are depicted in there.
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent, what is it a picture of?
This is a picture of the, I guess, the Joy and the Laredo Big Intelligence Center.
Okay.
This one's more accurate than this one.
This one. You're saying 232?
Yes.
Is this not this?
Well, actually, this was the first, I guess, picture that they thought it was going to be like this, but it ended up like this.
Okay, so then this is the correct one.
Yes.
All right, I retract 233, Your Honor. And 232 accurately and fairly depicts the big center or the intelligence centers as you know it to exist.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 232 for inspection by the defense and offered into evidence.
Just 232, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 232 is admitted into evidence at this time.
now you're saying that the two intelligence centers are housed in the same floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And will you describe the setup for, I guess, the seating arrangements for those agents?
How can I point? Can I point at it? Or
Let's see.
can I, Judge? Can I point at the screen? If I'm looking at it from here, the stage should be on this side right here. These doors are typically open, and in the middle right here, there's a bunch of Border Patrol analysts, and the Laredo Big is on this side right here at the corner, on the other side.
So there's three?
Well, the BP Laredo Big is considered these two sides, but the analysts are in the middle, and this is more typically on the supervisor side of the house in Border Patrol.
Okay, thank you. And so when you say, who typically receives the calls when an inquiry or an analytical research call is made? The analyst?
Yes, whoever answers the phone.
Okay. Now, if you are, how large you said, what is the size of that room?
It's about this size.
So, if there's a conversation being had, is in one side of the room, is it within hearing range from another side? Is it possible to hear what's going on the other side of the room?
It's possible.
As the investigation progressed, were you able to run names of different tips that you received?
Yes.
Okay. And would you document this in your report?
Yes.
About how many times would you call the intelligence centers to find out information, whether it was about a name, an address, or anything? About how many times did you use that resource?
On a daily basis, I estimate I ran about 60 individuals.
Now, is the Border Patrol Border Intelligence Center the same agency that Juan David Ortiz works at?
Yes.
Where he was a supervisor?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall him mentioning in his confession or in his statement that he received a inquiry about a black truck that was believed to be, that the driver was believed to be related to the first murder scene, which was Melissa Ramirez's, where they found Melissa Ramirez's body? Do you recall that?
I vaguely recall him mentioning it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish, I already admitted, States Exhibit 116? So that,
Yes, sir.
thank you, Your Honor. This is States Exhibit 116. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Can you read that from there?
Glasses.
You make reference to the page.
And I'm going to make reference to page 127, and it starts on line 13.
You want me to read from 8?
Yes. It's he's discussing. Calderon is speaking to him, and he's discussing. And it actually starts on number 9, and he says, starts with answer. I shaved and everything and went to work, and then the fucked up firefighters, they came out there as far as the Vic. And will you continue?
And I think it's a cop that you guys found the plates to see if it's run through the checkpoint. But the cameras were down, and of all of the people that are there, I'm the only one that has that like in Kuwait, right?
And then
So
continue.
it's like, I continue?
Yes, please.
So it's like, hey JD, can you check in? Like no, for what, bro? Like nothing. And then like, check it, JD. And I told him, bro, but for what, dude?
And it continues on page 28 for the record, Your Honor.
Who gives a fuck, man? And I'm trying my best, and they keep calling in. Does anyone have access to it? Right. So I log in like, I thought that I had checked that car. The last time it went to the checkpoint is over a month ago, and that's it. That's all I did.
Okay. And he's referring to the database access that he had as part of his job when he's talking about.
Yes, the BIG has access to the license plate readers.
Okay. Now, do you recall, as part of your investigation, speaking to an individual by the name of Jose Domingo Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how you received that tip or that information?
I don't recall how we got it. We've been talking to so many people. Everybody we talked to, they would give us different names.
Okay. And do you know how he knew Melissa?
They were friends.
Okay. And what did you find out about Melissa as part of your investigation after you spoke to him?
We found out about Melissa's lifestyle.
We're going to object to hearsay. It's backdoor hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's part of the investigation that we just want to show what led him to go speak to the next individual. It's not offer for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, then the jury will only consider it for that, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Overruled.
Go ahead.
After the first scene, we were able to get the name of Erica and Claudine.
Okay. And did he provide a name?
Yes, but I'm not sure if it was Claudine or Erica, the name that he provided.
Okay. And do you want to refresh your memory and look at your report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your report with you?
Yes.
Yes, please refresh your memory to find out whose name Jose Dominguez Hernandez led you to.
To Claudine.
And what date did you meet with Mr. Hernandez, Joe Hernandez?
We met him on 9/12/2018.
September 12th?
Yes.
And he gave you the name of Claudine Rueda?
Correct.
And did you run that name through the Intelligence Center?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you find Ms. Rueda's body?
On the 13th, the next day.
The next day. Did your investigation reveal if Mr. Ortiz was working at the BIC?
I believe he was. I believe he was working on that day.
Now, do you recall during his statement his description of how he picked up Miss Claudine Rueda?
I don't recall the details on that statement.
Do you recall if he mentioned that he did not know Miss Rueda?
I don't recall, but I can go back.
Your Honor, this, if we may publish State's Exhibit 116, and it's from CD7, and that is going to be State's Exhibit 110 that we have. It's CD7. You may follow along on it's CD7, page 27 and 28. Now, just as a point of reference, this is when he's discussing the way how he obtained or picked up as the Miss Rueda, and this is on what's the timestamp?
11:36.
For the record, it's 11:36:40. And it will end at 11:40:35, Your Honor. The what we want to publish.
What page are you on? What page?
We are on page 27 and 28. Oh no, page I'm sorry, page 30, line 14 to page 35, line 4. Did you find it?
Yes, I'm on it.
Okay.
You got it?
Yes.
On the street all day, every day. You should know what the kids feel. You hear from the side, there's no reason to feel sorry for her. And that's how I was trying to rationalize to convince myself. And then I just played it cool and wrote out. And then I was continuing driving on time bed, and then this is where our monster came out. And I was driving, I was like, people, they're working jobs, they're all working, God bless. And this guy, like when he started the videos and when I was walking, like straight on, like prostituting down the street. Not doing anything out of this, like nothing as a cops. So then I was all like, where I go home? Yeah, because I go home. And then one of those nights, I picked up that big ass bitch that I had money with the fuck she did right in the morning.
Now, Ranger Salinas, what is he saying at this moment? What is he saying at this moment when he's saying he was driving back and forth? Will you read that from State's Exhibit 116?
What do you mean 116?
It's on page 31. It starts on line 11.
You want me to read that?
Yes, please.
I go home and then I went cruising, and then I go home and I would cruise and I'd go home. And then on one of those nights I picked up that other guy's bitch that I have no idea who the fuck she is. I didn't even know her name. Y'all already know. The first one was not planned. Right. Like doing it was, and then after that I saw it like this is going to sound stupid, but like I wanted to like clean up the streets, right? And nobody's going to fucking do it.
Okay. Now, let me go ahead and continue playing this. Thank you.
The first one was not planned, and right, do it, and after that I saw it like this stupid, like why don't I clean up the streets and I always know if I can do it, something to do, so I was like, these people, good people. So I convinced myself of that, and very good once. They put this stupid chick, and this other would talk nonstop. This I didn't learn. Okay, if she lived in a hotel, you can talk in. If I can you take me we're driving to a place I've never been to with Erica before. It's on Springfield. You know Springfield,
Now, I'd like to refer you to page 32, starting on line 9. And if you could read clearly and close to your microphone so that the jury can hear what he said, and starts on line 9 of page 32.
So convinced myself of that, and I grabbed it by the horns. I picked up that stupid chick and talked nonstop. Claudine, that one, Claudine. I don't know her name. That she lived in a hotel. She was saying that she lived in a hotel and who knows what. And she said the same fucking bullshit. Can you take me to shoot up? So what I mean, where? So we're driving to a place where I had run into Erica before. It's on Springfield.
Okay, we can stop there. Thank you. I'm going to resume the playing of the video. Thank you.
Roger, you leave a left. It's going to be the first right. Make another right. On Springfield. Okay. And you say, where did you get that house? So she bought her heroin, whatever. And then, this thing got very bad. And she brings up, hey, you know this shit. I do, you know that?
And she continued, so this is what he was discussing, how he killed Claudine, correct?
Correct.
And this occurred on the 13th?
Correct.
Okay. And the inquiry was made on the 12th?
Correct.
Now, do you recall speaking to an individual by the name of Emilio Varela?
Yes.
Okay, and also known as Emily?
Correct.
And do you recall who gave you that tip?
That was Melissa's mother.
Okay. And did you speak to Emilio?
Yes.
Okay.
What, if anything, what tips did he give you?
He was forthwith about Melissa's lifestyle and gave us some more names so we could follow up on.
Okay. And what was one of the names he gave you?
I think one of the names he gave us was Erica.
Okay. And did you call and run that name into the BIC?
Yes.
And that would have been on, what day did you interview Mr. Varela?
I think that was on the, right after we found out who Melissa was, which might have been on the 4th.
Okay. And do you recall that Juan David Ortiz mentioned in his statement that he knew that Erica had last seen him with Melissa?
Yes.
Okay. And he actually mentioned that he had seen Melissa, or he and Melissa had seen Erica at the drug house.
Correct.
Do you recall that? Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the murder investigations that you conducted during the month of September of 2018. You said your involvement was that of assisting the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your responsibility primarily?
Identifying witnesses, following leads, assisting with the crime scene, collecting evidence.
And approximately how many field interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
Field and formal interviews, approximately over 60.
Okay. And this is in a time span of, I guess, 11 days or 12 days?
Correct.
Okay. And did you also conduct searches of homes?
Yes. Businesses.
Of witnesses?
Businesses.
Businesses. Did you have any investigative leads?
Yes.
Okay. And did you follow up on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to obtain any search warrants to get any of this, to search any of these homes?
No.
Okay. Why was that?
Because they gave us consent to search.
And what about, did you also search telephones?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to obtain any search warrants for that?
No.
Why not?
Because they gave us consent to search our phones.
Did you search any vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Again, did you have to obtain a search warrant for that?
No.
And why was that?
Because they gave us consent to search the cars.
Were you able to arrest any other individual that was a lead in this investigation before the 14th?
I think we arrested some folks for drugs, but not related to the murders.
Okay. Now, did you go to the crime scene for Melissa Ramirez?
Yes.
Okay. The day that she was found?
Yes.
Okay. Did you return to that crime scene?
Yes.
And what did you return to that crime scene for?
To canvass the area again for any possible evidence.
And did you find any additional evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what day that was?
I think it was the following day on the 4th.
Ranger Salinas, I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 175 that have previously been admitted. May I confirm that, Your Honor? Oh no, maybe not 40. I think the one that's been admitted is State's Exhibit 175. Yes.
Did you say 176 also?
No, Your Honor. Actually, State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 234 have not yet been admitted, but I'm going to ask him to identify them. Okay. Now, when you When you went to the crime scene, when you followed up and you said you found something, what was it that you found?
We found a .40 caliber spent casing.
Okay. And did you document this in your report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also prepare a document showing that you found an additional casing?
Yes.
And how is it that you, what did you do with that casing that you located that day?
I collected it and subsequently turned it over there to the Webb County Sheriff's Office, the evidence collection team.
Now, I will ask you, do you recognize any writings or do you recognize this envelope? Are you familiar with it?
Yes, it has my date and time right here, and where we collected it.
And you did this to document that you picked this up?
Correct.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 234?
That's my evidence collection log, where it has a location, date, the case number, and what I collected.
I'm now tendering State's Exhibit 234 and State's Exhibit 40 for inspection and offering into evidence, Your Honor.
No objections to 234 and 40, Your Honor.
Right. State's Exhibit 40 and State's Exhibit 234 are admitted into evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to clarify this, so State's Exhibit 40, which is the casing that was recovered at the crime scene for Melissa Ramirez, was submitted to the Webb County Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
This is State's Exhibit 175. And is that your signature on the Webb County Sheriff's Office evidence property release form?
Yes.
Okay. And what was this form used to document?
The transfer of the evidence to the Webb County Sheriff's Office.
And that evidence was the casing that you retrieved and placed in an envelope, which is marked State's Exhibit 40?
Correct.
Did you also, as part of your report on State's Exhibit 234, document in this collection log that you retrieved this casing at this crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And this is also part of your report?
Yes.
So how many casings, do you recall how many casings you had recovered the day before at Melissa Ramirez's crime scene?
I believe there were 2 cases.
Okay, and then with this one?
3.
Okay. So, so that the jury can get a sense of the time between the murders. We had one which was on the 3rd, and that, what do you remember what day that fell on? What holiday?
Memorial Day, I was off.
Okay. Memorial Day?
I think so.
Or Labor Day?
Or Labor Day. It was a holiday.
And then, about how many days after, do you recall, did you get the call regarding Claudine Rueda?
I think it was on 13th.
Okay. So you had 10 days of investigating that you had?
Correct.
And then thereafter, what happened on the 15th, on the 14th and 15th?
We were conducting interviews at the Whip County Sheriff's Office substation when I was informed by Trooper Hernandez that he had located a female that was possibly assaulted and possibly being kidnapped, and he had already had knowledge of what kind of investigations we were working, and he alerted me, and I told him to bring her to the substation for a detailed interview.
And so, you said you were interviewing, you were interviewing people investigating what death or what murder?
The one from Melissa and Claudine.
Okay. So you were already at the substation?
Correct.
Okay. And who were you, do you recall who you were interviewing?
I think it was a gentleman by the name of Trevino.
Okay. And when you received that call, did you in fact speak to Erica Peña?
Yes.
Okay. And what information did you obtain as part of that interview?
Yes. She provided a description of her assailant. She went with us to find the residence, and she provided a description of the vehicle he was in.
And what can you describe the vehicle that she told you?
White Dodge pickup.
And how does she describe her assailant?
Clean cut. She had told us originally that he was worked in the oil fields.
Okay. And how does she? What was she complaining of? What type of assault was it? With what?
A weapon. She also said that he had a weapon.
Okay. And as part of the interview, were you able to get details from her describing the facts and circumstances surrounding the aggravated assault?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of the details that you learned from that interview?
Judge, we'll object to hearsay, repetitive and cumulative.
What was it that you learned from there?
She told us that he had grabbed a weapon, a pistol, a black and colored pistol, and when she tried to get away from the car, he kind of grabbed her. She was able to take off her shirt and flee the truck.
Okay. Did she mention any